5 minutes past 7. I think we can start. So welcome everyone at this early morning symposium. We will present the results of our ongoing project called Global Labels. And I'm going to present first because I will also show you the experimental design. So my other colleagues don't have to waste time on that. Okay, so it made the most sense for me to go first. So I'm going to talk about experimental part of our study. And this is not working for some reason. I cannot. Let me start from saying that this concept of global social identifications is not new. It started in ancient times, but let's focus just on psychology today, as we don't have that much time. I would like. So we find this concept already in the work of Adler, Maslow, Alport, or Erickson, and they all saw this human identification as an expression of psychological maturity. Okay. Of course, we also see this highest level of social categorization in social categorization theory, where we can self-categorize as a part of all humanity. So it's actually present in classic psychology. And there is a growing interest regarding these global social identities, regarding humanity or global citizen identifications. And of course, one of the reasons is that we have more and more global challenges like climate change, sustainability challenges, human rights violation, migration crisis, or diseases, widespread of diseases like the latest the COVID pandemic. And they can be solved only by joint efforts of all humanity. So there is a great need to develop or enhance these global social identities because they can help with these challenges, as previous research shows. However, this research is mostly for so-called weird societies. We had already this concept explained yesterday during other sessions and keynote speeches. So definitely the colonization of the research is needed, and our project is step into these directions. Global social identification, usually we can divide them into two groups regarding reference groups. Usually it's all humanity or global citizens or citizens of the world. And we see some differences in definitions. People who identify with all humanity feel close to people all over the world, care for them, see them as an in-group. And global citizenship is understood more in the values and knowledge or awareness, for example, awareness, caring, embracing diversity, promoting social justice, sustainability, sense of responsibility to all. So the question is, what are potential differences in social outcomes of different global identifications? Do we have them? There are no systematic studies showing or exploring this topic in diverse cultures. We know that identification with our humanity predicts a lot of positive outcomes like concern for global problems, positive attitudes toward immigrants, lower dehumanization, higher intergroup forgiveness, higher prosocial attitudes and behaviors, volunteering, cosmopolitan helping, pro-environmental behaviors. During the COVID pandemic, we also have studies showing that identification with all humanity was connected to or predicted health-related behaviors, helping to reduce the spread of COVID-19. There was higher willingness to vaccinate or to help people from other countries in the pandemic crisis, although everyone was in crisis, but still people high in this identity was looking to others as well and to help them. Identification with citizens of the world, or global citizens, was shown to be connected to acting against global inequality, promote social justice and helping, or social responsibility and global activism. So similar outcomes, but it would be interesting to compare these regarding different countries. There are some studies showing potential differences between these identifications or two groups of identifications, although they are, again, mostly from so-called weird cards. For example, Reisen and others showed that identification with global citizens was associated with values and attitudes related to peace, and IWAC, I'm going to use this shortcut for identification with all humanity. So IWAC wasn't. Also, McFarland and Hornsby, they actually showed something completely different. Measures of IWAC and the psychological sense of global community, they were comparing few scales in this paper, were more strongly associated with humanitarian concerns than a measure of world citizenship. The work of Margarita Carmona, who is also in our project, showed that we can find, it was a qualitative study. She showed that we can look at global citizenship-oriented labels and humanness-oriented labels, and they are connected to a little bit different prototypical meaning in people's minds. But that was studied from Portugal only. The first one was connected to cosmopolitanism, openness, and mobility, and humanness-oriented labels more to human nature, physical appearance, or emotions. So we wanted to see how it's going to be in more diverse samples, but I'm not going to talk about this today, although we have data and maybe we'll show it next time. Okay, going a little bit quicker. Another issue is activation of global social identifications. Studies show that it could potentially enhance willingness to act for social problems or challenges, like we could see on previous slides. However, existing findings on activating such identities are inconclusive as they bring mixed results regarding the valence of the consequences. Usually they are positive, but some studies show negative consequences. But also there is a problem that it's very difficult to activate these identities. Some research is successful, but a lot is not. And because we make the meta-analysis of the studies right now, we know also from talking to a lot of my colleagues and other authors that if someone fails to activate global social identities, they usually put their study in the drawer, right? So it's a file drawer bias or publication bias, unfortunately. I hope that our meta-analysis will show that a little bit. Okay, so we designed and tested on our own method to see if we can activate these global social identifications. We checked 3 different types in 45 countries. Starting point for our global labels project was the fact that previous research has not examined the level of global identifications across cultures, apart from weird countries, the meaning in different countries beyond weird ones. I'm not going to talk about this one today. If the connection between key attitudes and global identifications may be universal, or are they only in Western countries maybe? And if activating global social identifications in such a diverse sample will enhance key attitudes. We will see that. So this is the map of the countries. We have over 13,000 students. Unfortunately, of course, student sample. I know it would be great to have representative samples in these countries, but yes, it's very difficult to have. So our hypotheses were, of course, that compared to lack of activation, so to control group, activation of the concept of identification with citizens of the world, or with all humanity, or with people all over the world, will cause higher levels of human rights orientation, concern for global problems, and pro-social intentions. And that was our design. I'm going to talk about this part today, but as you can see, we have 4 groups, 3 experimental, 1 control. We started from asking open-ended questions about always only 1 label was used in a group. So for example, group first had citizens of the world identification activated. The second group had all humanity and people all over the world in third group. Then we had closed-ended questions about exactly the same identification, only this one. And then we had outcome variables and demographics. Control group did not have any activation. Okay, so very briefly, experimental manipulation, how do you understand the term? And that was only one of the terms used. What are the characteristics that you associate with it? And imagine that you are explaining the expression identification with and the label to someone who does not know what it means. What would you say? And then we had closed-ended questions using a modified scale of identification with all humanity by McFarland, modified to express only identification of one type. So all the questions had all humanity, for example, or citizens of the world reference group. Okay, I'm going to skip the measures because we don't have time. We started later, but still, I don't think we can do that. Only maybe that we had concern about global issues, and sometimes in some countries, some items had to be removed. We decided to agree to that because otherwise we would lose the country completely. And China was one of these countries. The second scale was human rights orientation, which had to be removed in China completely. But also, for example, in Iran. And for social intentions, we asked about sustainable development goals, about willingness to act for them. Okay, results. So let me show you the heat maps for with means of identification with all humanity and to other in a second. Just want to give a comment that we have a shortened scale here. The scale for the measure was from 1 to 5, and the means are between 3 and 4.2, something like that. So as you can see, the differences are really small between countries. But they are expressed in the colors. So you could see that Africa, India, Southeast Asia generally is higher on identification with all humanity. The same exact situation is with identification with citizens of the world and with people all over the world. And we see that also in statistical analysis. Here we look at clusters. We have 10 cultural clusters identified by the Globe study in an extension from 2013. And as you can see, we have differences everywhere here. Looking at post hoc by Turkey, we can see that African and Southeast Asian clusters are always the highest in all three identifications. But please look also at the means. They are really close. It's between 3 and 3 something. The differences are not that good. Okay, I think global identification is connected to the outcome variables inseparable those functions of overall certain times. Yes. As you can see, the connections between people in Western countries are. What about experimental? The activation work. Yeah. The experimental groups are higher than control groups in global concern items, social convention, regarding yes, except for the group of agencies with the world right for human rights and education, that was the same as control. Okay, so takeaway message. Our results show that global society is are connected to how outcome variables inequality. So it seems to be universal. Making global society people's values or experimental manipulation encourage these outcome variables, except for human rights, only work for identification of humanity and the levels of global society are very similar in these countries, but it is simply not only the Western Union, like we expected that also it was like in Western countries, we also thought that, but the results are showing something completely different. Okay, this is our lovely team from 45 countries, including IU, our lovely organizer who wanted to be here but couldn't because she has some organizational duties today. And please visit our website, ivaclub.com. Thank you very much. We suggest having presentations first and going to Q&A at the end, if it's okay with you.
Hi, hello. Good morning and for coming. Wake up and be here the very last day. So thank you even more. Okay, today I have a pleasure. First of all, many thanks to Kasia for inviting me today. Yeah. Okay, I have a pleasure to present some of the preliminary results about one of the parts of our project. I'm going to tell you something about concern for global issues in 45 countries and the predictive role of global social identifications and culture that was done by Katarzyna, Marta Pęczak, who couldn't be here, and also Carolina. My task is much easier now because Kasia already explained everything about global identifications, about identification with all humanity. So I will skip that part. And also she explained the study design. So those are the things I don't have to repeat, and I'm not going to bore you with that again. What about this, what I'm going to say today? We know that although global identification are present worldwide, still there is little research about the impact of culture on their levels and connection with different essential attitudes, and also the relationship between cultural values and global concern, which was not studied. Sorry. Okay. We know that earlier studies somehow indicated that cross-cultural similarities in values and attitudes toward global concern, although those studies were conducted only in 5 countries. So there were some similarities, but we still need some more studies, especially in bigger samples, and we need to confirm those findings. Broader cross-cultural studies are needed, including diverse cultural dimensions. So I will briefly explain what are the traditional and survival values that we are going to analyze in this part of research. So as you may know, traditional values emphasize particularly the significance of religion. They also strong parental-child bonds, respect for authority, adherence to conventional family norms. Individuals who embrace this kind of values often also opposed to divorce, abortion, and euthanasia, and also they do not accept acts like suicide. In this kind of societies, high in traditional values, they value national pride, so they are more related to national identifications, and they value this kind of closer communities. What about survival values? They do emphasize economic and security, especially, and they are also linked to relatively ethnocentric outlooks and low level of trust and security and tolerance. I'm sorry. This is especially the security is important in terms of survival values. Considering all of the above, we came up with those research questions. First of all, it was important for us to get to know whether cultural dimensions impact the level of global social identifications. Second, do cultural dimensions impact concern for global identities, global issues? And do cultural dimensions impact the relationship between global social identifications and concern for global issues? So is there an interaction between identifications and global concern? So considering our research questions, we had those hypotheses. First of all, we hypothesized that people with stronger supranational identities will show more global concern, which is one of like intuitive hypothesis. Second, people from cultures with stronger survival and traditional values will have lower supranational identities. This is also something intuitive that we thought that it's going to be true. And finally, traditional and survival values will moderate the relationship between global identities and global concern. So let's see how it went. Interesting it's going to be, you will see. First of all, this is the map of our project. I'm not going to explain it. As Kasia said, we had more than 13,000 students, 70% of women, age, of course, related to being a student. And that's it, because Kasia already explained, and I'm not going to repeat. Here is the study design. And in this part of research, and in order to test our hypothesis, we measured the 3 different labels of social identifications. We also used the scale of concern for global issues, and additionally, a part of the variables that we had in our data set on the country level, we used values from World Value Survey. We used traditional and survival values on the country level. So here is the scale of global issues, also explained before. Just I want you to consider that the reliability of the scale was really good. And there were a lot of different items like global climate change, poverty around the world, ineffective protection of crime against humanity. And as Kasia said, in some of the countries, some of the items were excluded because of different political situation. Yeah, let's see the results. First of all, here you can see the map of global concept. And again, surprisingly, the countries which are higher on global concern are those who have the darkest spots. And surprisingly, those are not the Western countries. The darker spots can be seen first in the African countries. Here we have Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa. Then we have Latin America, especially Colombia and Mexico, India, and Indonesia. So not at all weird countries, right? Then, oh, sorry, I pressed the button which I shouldn't press. And here I wanted to show you the intersection of traditional and survival values and show you where are those countries to explain a little bit the results. So here is Nigeria and Ghana, exactly between traditional and survival values. Here is Morocco and Indonesia, a little bit in between the traditional and survival values. And here is also Mexico and Colombia. So all of the countries which were really the highest on global concern are in the axis of survival and traditional values. So here we have the correlations between global identifications and cultural level variables. As you may see, identification with citizens all over the world is positively correlated with both survival values and traditional values, a little bit more with traditional values. In case of identification with all humanity, we can see a similar pattern of a little bit higher with traditional values. And in case of identification with people around the world, the correlations are a little bit smaller, but and similar in both cases. Secondly, we can see the correlations between identifications, cultural dimension, and concern for global issues. So here we can see that yes, identifications are related to global concern, all of those, especially identification with all humanity, which is nice because this is the one that we normally use. And then survival values and traditional values are also positively related to global concern. So it's not exactly what we were expecting, especially this correlation, right? It's not what it's normally hypothesized. So here you have a matrix with all the correlations, which can be of interest, but it's exactly this what I explained before, just in one picture. So we did a multi-level analysis to be able to see whether there was an interaction and to be able to contrast our third hypothesis. What is important here is, first of all, the relationship between identifications and global concern, which was positive, as we've already seen, and also the interaction, which was not significant in case of survival values, but it was significant in the case of traditional values. First of all, what did we learn from the multi-level analysis? We learned that the higher the traditional and survival values, the higher, when in case of survival values, it was like almost significant. So we have it here and we have it here. But the interaction was only significant in case of traditional values. And it was negative. So it means that the lower countries with lower with lower traditional values, the relationship between identification and global concern is higher. This is also interesting. The same, in case of identification with all humanity, their interaction was not significant, but still other results were the same. And finally, in case of people all over the world, the interaction was significant in case of both survival values and traditional values. Repeating or the kind of confirming that in countries low in survival and traditional values, the relationship between identifications and a concern for global issues is stronger. So those are also correlations between different items. I know you cannot see them, but I will just explain you this. It's impossible to see it. So correlations between individual items and traditional and survival values. I only wanted to show you that, here, global climate change has a really low correlation. And in the case of survival values, it's even negative. So this is interesting. But, for example, items as a worldwide spread of disease is much higher. So this is also, it has sense, right? Considering the content of traditional and survival values. Then items like the well-being of people having to flee their countries due to unacceptable conditions is also lower. It makes sense because also those are the items which were excluded. Items like ineffective persecution of crimes against humanity, so security is higher. Uncontrolled development of artificial intelligence, so also like kind of security, something new, is also higher. And uncontrolled development on experiments on DNA modification, also something new, something different, is higher. So, summary of the results. Societies that valued traditional and survival highly were more concerned about global issues. The study also found that different cultural moderations apply to different global identifications. Survival and traditional values are positively related to both supranational identities and the outcome variables. And importantly, moderation for global concern do not provide a clear picture. We still have to investigate it, suggesting that other factors may be impacting the results, including different understanding of the three types of identification in different countries. Oh no, I again pressed the button, which I shouldn't. what are the possible explanations? I permitted myself, I know. Okay, first of all, collective identity. It may be that societies with strong traditional values often emphasize community and collective identity. So in this sense, belonging and responsibility to the group can extend to a broader global community, fostering global social identification. And in context of survival values, which are prominent, there may be heightened awareness of global challenges that threaten security and stability. So in such way, climate change or pandemics, this awareness can translate into greater concern for global issues. The second explanation could be interconnectedness. So even in societies with strong survival and traditional values, globalization can lead to increased exposure to global issues and a sense of interconnectedness. And media and communication, the access to global media and communication technologies can bridge the gap between local and global concern, making people more aware and concerned about global issues. Cultural adaptation. Societies with strong traditional values adapt global norms and values, integrating them with their own. And this can lead to positive relationship between traditional and global concern. And finally, which is interesting for me, moral and ethical frames, like, for example, in societies with strong traditional values, religious and ethical teaching often emphasize caring for others and the environment. So maybe these teachings can promote environmental behaviors and concern for global issues, maybe. And community responsibility. Also, traditional values may emphasize community responsibility. And finally, economic and political factors, development can lead to a shift from survival to self-expression values, and political stability, like societies with strong traditional values may also prioritize social stability. Yeah, okay, this is it. So we still need to investigate, and our research provided some interesting insights, and we hope that further research can provide even more explanations. Thank you very much. Those are the collaborators, and this is the website. And sorry for extending it. I thought I'm going to finish in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to continue with this line of analysis of the same huge data. My talk's on global identity and action on climate change more specifically. My name's Alexis Spence. We have the huge team who participated in collecting the data, but I particularly highlight here the team who participated in this cut-through analysis. And I want to highlight particularly thanks to Kazia for organizing all this data collection, a huge endeavor, and also particularly Laura Loy, who organized our team in analyzing this section. If I can get this to work. Yeah. Okay. I won't dwell on the background. We're all quite familiar with social global identity, but I want to highlight where we're coming from in this line of thought. So particularly we're focusing on social identity theory, so classic theory from the late 70s, that the idea is that people engage in activities for the well-being of the group. So very much we feel like we belong to the group, and that drives our behavior. Global identity being a kind of more meta version of that we feel like we belong to a bigger group of all humanity. We just heard quite a bit about the different ways we can conceptualize that. So more specifically, there's quite a bit of previous research, well, not quite a bit, there's been some previous research linking global identity with climate change concern and preparedness to act on climate change. And that partly comes from psychological distance literature, so that's where I've been particularly involved in the past. So the idea that when people are psychologically distant from climate change, then global identity can act to help bridge that distance. However, data, particularly from weird countries, so we've heard quite a lot about weird countries over the past few days, Western educated, industrialized, rich, democratic countries. And although there's been some research in known weird countries, there's not been many cross-cultural comparisons. There's a real gap in the literature here. And that's where we started our thinking. We started thinking about cross-country differences in this relationship between global identity and climate change concern and action. And we started questioning whether this could be dependent on the country's vulnerability to climate change and also readiness to act on climate change. And so here in Indonesia, we have a high vulnerability to climate change. There's going to be increased droughts, heat, flooding, sea level rise, and there's some readiness to adapt. Contrasting this, we've just selected Norway, no particular reason, kind of the other end of the spectrum. Norway has quite a low vulnerability to climate change, but also quite a high readiness to act. And we suggest that this may drive people's concerns and preparedness to act on climate change. So here in Indonesia, there's very realistic concerns. People are seeing the impacts, and we suggest that's going to be driving people's concerns. Whereas in Norway, where they're less seeing the impacts, we suggest that concern is more likely to be driven by the concept and the idea of climate change. So more symbolic concerns here. Our hypothesis. One, we suggested that global identity would be positively related to climate concern, as well as past and intended future climate change actions. So that's replicating some of the previous research, though on a much broader, wider scale, many more countries. Two, we suggested that this relationship would be moderated. So when a country is vulnerable and less ready to adapt to climate impacts that they're experiencing, we suggested this relationship between global identity and outcome measures, climate concern and action, would be weaker because they're already driven by realistic concerns. You don't need that global concern. Hypothesis three, we also hypothesized that we could activate that global identity, and that would increase people's concern about climate change and intended actions. Obviously not previous actions, we can't affect what people have already done, but just to highlight why we're not including that one there. And we also suggested a moderation effect. So hypothesis four, when a country is vulnerable and less ready to adapt, then we suggested that activating that global identity would have a smaller effect because they're already driven by these realistic concerns. And this is just a kind of schematic for people who prefer a visual of our proposed hypothesis. So method, I won't dwell on this. We've heard quite a bit about the data so far, but to draw your attention to our key aspects of analysis. So of course, the study had a cross-sectional design across 45 countries, huge data set. We also incorporated the ND gain index. I'll mention more about this in a second. The Notre Dame gain index developed by another group of researchers, open source, really useful set of data which provides climate vulnerability and readiness to act data for many countries across the world, including the ones that we use. Huge sample, great set of data, over 13,000 people involved in the data set. And we've heard already about the between subjects groups. So key here is that people were divided into 4 groups. Three of those groups had different labels for global identity and had global identity activated in those groups, had framed in those groups, compared to a control condition who didn't have any global identity activation. And our dependent variables that we focused on here, we focused on concern about climate change. We asked about past climate actions, and we also asked about actions. Already seen this map a couple of times. Key here, so we had lots of data from all different continents, we get to emphasize. And for this analysis, it's important to note that we had a range of countries with different levels of vulnerability and readiness to act on climate. Again, I won't go into the group manipulation in detail, but this is how the labels were activated in our labels groups. So 3 of the groups had global identity labels activated using both open-ended questions and closed-ended questions. The classic Iowa scale was used with the different labels compared to a control group who did not receive these manipulations. I said I'd come back to this. This is the ND Gain Index, just to highlight what it is for people who've not heard of it. It's the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Initiative. So a group of researchers at Notre Dame have developed this, and they continue to update it. It's a really useful open source index divided into 2 key facets: vulnerability and readiness to act. So vulnerability is focusing on the country's vulnerability to climate disruptions, particularly on primary support sectors. So health, food, water, these key systems that are needed in a country. And readiness to act focuses on factors, social, economic, and governance factors, and people's, the country's ability to leverage private and public sector investment for adaptation to these new challenges that the country's facing in relation to climate change. And it covers 182 UN countries, so a really useful big data set there. So we made use of multi-level models using R. At level 1, we looked at individual measures, so for example, global identity, and we centered these around the country means. And then at level 2, we had our countries and our country indicators, including the ND Gain Index, which was centered around the grand mean. And just to highlight here, we didn't go into the different label groups, but we collapsed these across groups. So we just compared our control group and whether global identity was activated or not, because the different labels were already investigated elsewhere. Yeah, it stopped working. Oh. Thank you. I won't go into the sample sizes, but we had a huge sample, slightly larger sample in certain countries. We don't think that affects our data, but perhaps gives us more precise data in those countries. Gender split, we had slightly more females everywhere. That's quite classic for a student sample, but that might mean that our sample's perhaps slightly more concerned about climate change than a more general sample. And the ages, we've already seen that slightly younger ages coming from our student samples, so we weren't able to get representative samples across all of these countries, but it does mean that our samples are homogeneous or more homogeneous across countries, so it gives us the ability to compare better, I think. Moving on to our data, so again, I want to highlight the ND Gain Index for people who aren't familiar with it. So this is our data for the ND Gain Index. You can see, not very clear here, but Indonesia's here, Norway's up here. And we've got vulnerability and readiness on the axis. So you can see actually that countries that are more vulnerable tend to also be less ready to act. And that's why the ND Gain Index combines these different facets, because they are. This is the crux of our analysis, the real interesting bit, in my opinion. So we're particularly interested, of course, in this relationship between identity and our outcome measures, concern, intention, and action. and how that varies with vulnerability and readiness to act. So here we've got vulnerability. I'm only going to present the vulnerability data because actually the readiness to act data is just the same. So for brevity, I'll focus on this. So our estimates here are based on our random slopes from our multi-level models. So for every unit change in global identity, this represents the changes in our respective outcome measures, concern, intention, and action. And you can see that all of these are positive when you look at the scales, indicating that there's a significantly positive relationship between global identity and each of our outcome measures. I should say we've got the pooled, each of these gray, you can see gray dashed line indicating the pooled mean. We also want to look at the moderation by vulnerability. So vulnerability here in our diagram is represented by the blue shading. So the paler blue represents the more vulnerable countries. So our hypothesis is that the more vulnerable the country, the smaller the relationship between global identity and climate change. Now, we've presented these in ascending order. So for our moderator hypothesis to be significant, we'd expect a buildup of paler blue at the bottom with a kind of gradient up at the top. But we did not see that, and statistically it wasn't significant. So we didn't find this moderation effect that we predicted. But we did find a significant positive effect with each of our outcomes. And then also, of course, we had our hypotheses 3 and 4, which related to our activation of global identity. So when people were presented with global identity questions and activated in our experimental groups, did this have an impact on our outcome measures? So here our estimates are the random slopes of the differences. So the differences between the 3 label groups combined compared to the control group. So the larger the estimate, the larger the difference between those groups. And you can see by looking at the scales that, and this one looks fairly small, but it is significant. So the global identity activation did have a significant impact on both our outcome measures, concern and intention. Again, we hypothesized an interaction effect, a moderation effect with vulnerability. So again, the paler blue indicates the higher vulnerability, and we hypothesized that the activation would have a lesser impact in more vulnerable countries. So we would again expect to see a buildup of paler blue at the bottom, but we didn't see that. We see a few pale blue ones down here, but there's not a systematic gradient. Significant moderation. So, to highlight, we find that concern about climate change is high across all of our countries. We find that the global identity relationship with each of our climate indicators remains strong across all of our countries. And we found a significant impact of activating global identity. But we did not find an impact of vulnerability or readiness to act as a moderator. It's possible, and we're thinking, well, why didn't we find this, you know? So we're reflecting on this. It's possible that politics is having a bigger impact. It's possible that other factors are muddying the water, so to speak. Cultural, historical, and industrial factors we do know have a huge impact on these things. There's some variability of global identity, the global identity climate relationships across countries, but this was much less variable than we thought. So it seems that global identity is actually, we think this is still quite interesting and quite important for people looking at global identity, because the global identity relationship with climate change remains strong and universal across countries. So indicates that politicians, people in business, NGOs can use global identity as a means of promoting action on climate change. So we're really, we think the results are very interesting for us as researchers. Going forward, I'm particularly interested in mechanisms by which global identity impact people. So I'm particularly interested in the well-being and positive affect that people may gain from their global identity and how that might motivate action. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. I'm sharing my screen now. I hope you can see it well. Welcome, everyone, at this ungodly hour here in Poland, because it's 3 a.m. It's hour to start present. But today I am going to talk about differing levels of global identification depending on religiosity and religious affiliation, a study from 44 countries and religions, and them all humans are equal because they were created by a wonderful God who gave them the divine spark. And also another quote, recognize the Lord's light, spirit within all, and do not consider social class or status. There are no classes or castes in the world hereafter. Also in Buddhism, the teaching of compassion and the belief in karma implies that all people are equal and deserve respect, kindness, and human rights, regardless of their background of social status. So the equality and interconnectedness of all living beings is present in also those religions. So as you can see, it seems like when someone is religious, they should also feel connected to all humanity, to all people, and the religiosity should be connected positively to identification with all humanity. And previous research by Katarzyna Hammer, who is present here today, has shown that among the very religious individuals, there was a lower level of identification with humanity compared to less religious groups. On a representative sample of Poles, there were no clear connections between Iowa and the level of religiosity in USA. For example, Catholic priests felt more strongly identified with all of humanity. Buddhists with all humanity than business owners. Buddhists had higher levels of Iowa than Catholics. And those results were obviously only limited to particular countries. So there is not much research on more countries, obviously. And as you already know, we had 45 countries in our Global Labels project, but one country is excluded for this particular analysis. It's China. Due to political reasons, we were not able to ask a question about how religious are you and what is your religious affiliation. So that's why the final N is lower, because we excluded China. This particular analysis of religious affiliations and religiosity on IWAC was more exploratory, and we asked ourselves research questions. Are there any differences in the levels of global identifications depending on religious affiliation? If so, what are those differences? So that is this part of the study. We asked our question about religiosity, religious affiliation in demographics part. We already know a measure of global social identification, so it was adapted from Identification with All Humanity by McFarland, with questions, e.g., how close do you feel to? And depending on the experimental group, it was either citizens of the world, all humanity, or people all over the world. And the answer scale was from 1 to 5. And the question about religious affiliation was closed-ended. We had 18 religious affiliations to choose from, but not in all countries. There were some countries, for like Iran, for example, where there was no option to choose agnostic and atheist. And there was a differentiation between Islam, so you could choose to be Sunni Muslim or Shia Muslim. And for example, in Poland, we also differentiated in Christianity fractions. So you could choose from being a Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, while, for example, in Israel, you could choose that you are a Christian. So there is obviously an overlap here in our analysis. So yeah. Okay, and first, due to the highly unequal sample, we decided to use the cross-coalesce non-parametric test. As you can see, many people didn't answer at all because it was obviously non-obligatory to choose the religious affiliation. And there are huge differences. The Catholics were the most. The sample size in Catholics was the highest, while, for example, in Shintoism it was only 27 people. So the discrepancy between affiliations is big. So for general global identity, the main effect of religious affiliation was significant and moderate. Not all of the affiliations differed between each other, but they mostly did. And in general, as you can see, and the pattern is more or less the same between countries, between different global identities. Zion Christianism, traditional African religion, and Hinduism is among the highest levels of global identifications, which probably is connected to also the country, because in Zion Christianism in traditional African religion were in African countries, and the levels of identifications were the highest there. Also, there was the lowest were among Confucianism, Evangelic, and Jewish. There were the lowest. The same for identification with citizens of the world. Here, the third highest was in Pentecostal Christianity fraction, but the pattern for the lowest is the same. With identification with people all over the world, it's slightly different. We have Zion Christians, traditional African religion, and Christianity. And at the bottom, Confucian, Jewish, and Shintoism, but the sample size in Shintoism was very low. And identification with all humanity was similar. But here, for example, one of the lowest was in Buddhists. And here we also did multi-level modeling, but right now it will not be possible to go into detail because we don't have time for it. But you can see that there were differences also in this type of analysis. Also, we did pretty spaghetti plots where mostly religiosity and global identity were positively related. Here, excluding Shintoism, but again, small sample size, it's hard to draw conclusions from it. Here, for example, in Confucianism, there is a different pattern. Shintoism, again, a different pattern. Here, Confucianism and Shintoism. Okay, here we have multi-levels, also covering traditional values, but I'm not going to go into detail right now. Let's skip to the conclusions. People mostly differed between each other in level of global identifications, depending on their religious affiliation. And in general, the highest global identifications were present among Zion Christianity and traditional African religion, and the lowest among Judaism and Confucianism. And here is a list of our all of our contributors. Thank you to the one and only Katarzyna Hammer, and also Marta Pęczek and Bartek Nowak, who helped with the analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Karolina. Okay, we have a Q&A session now. I'm sorry it is late, but we started later. People were coming also a little bit later. But please, if you have a question, we would love to hear. Yes?
So my first question would be about the concern about global issues scale, because it seems that there's some variety of the issues. So did you look at, did you do any factor analysis, or maybe there are already some factors included, whether there are some differences in terms of maybe people are more concerned about environmental issues rather than technological advancement like DNA extracting, etc.
Yes. One, the reliability of the scale is high, so it works like the whole scale. But we did look at the items indeed, and exactly what you said, DNA testing and AI were a little bit on the side. So it's like the second factor. People were less concerned about that. Yes, less. People were more concerned about climate change, migration, inequality. Yeah, but no. I think it will be bigger and bigger, but right now, that's why because the original scale had only 4 items, but as you could see, we really developed it because we wanted to make it a little bit more modern, meaning adding issues that are more and more present in the discourse. And it looks like the DNA and AI are not that high. I was just afraid.
Well, thanks for the presentation first. Very interesting. I was wondering, because some of you refer to self-categorization theory, and I was wondering whether it would not make more sense to use global identification as a moderator instead of a predictor. because it could moderate the link between perception of vulnerability, for example, and extending it to all humanity. You see something like that. And second question also is because if you refer to self-categorization theory and you think global identification is a superordinate level of identification, so why not taking into account lower levels of identification, with national identification being the most obvious? So I was wondering if you have measured that and if it interferes one way or another with the results you showed.
No, we didn't measure that. Let me answer that straight away. We had to cut the survey as much as possible because of all the questions we had. It was long anyway. So we only asked about the supranational identities. Regarding your first question?
Yeah, sorry, was the first question, let me just see if I'm understanding you right, that we could use global identity as a moderator between vulnerability and
you believe in values and so on, and the extent to which you're going to generalize it to all humanity might depend on your level of the intensity of your identification with the global level.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. It's another version of the model that it's quite possible to test. Yeah, it's not. I guess it's not the line of thinking that we came from, but yeah, I can see how that's another model that we could examine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you mean values as cultural values, country level? Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because we didn't measure values as values. We measured more attitudes, so that's definitely an outcome variable.
But yeah, traditional values, survival values, for example.
You mean cultural values?
Yeah, cultural values. But the question is, do people extend it and apply it at another level than the local level?
It's the question of disperse, right? This is culture, so you kind of grow in it. Socialization. But yeah, sure, we can, thank you for this comment. We can definitely look into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you were a little bit surprised by the results where you had higher identification with all humanity in the majority world in the developing countries. I didn't hear your explanation. What's your explanation for this?
I was waiting for this question. I did not add explanation because I didn't have time, but I was counting on someone asking me this question. We are puzzled by this, and we have two explanations, potential. Of course, maybe you will have some explanation, but we are thinking about two things. One, perhaps in the countries which are poorer, and we could see that these countries were higher on identifications. We actually looked at a lot of country level indicators of economy, development, and also cultural dimensions different than these two that Anya was talking about. And we see that everywhere, that Human Development Index and many other were negatively related. So poorer countries, less developed, with less literacy, poorer medical care, security, etc., were all higher on identities. So first explanation, perhaps students in these countries are the elite. Perhaps. We don't know that, but this is one of the things we thought about. Maybe if you are from the Republic of South Africa, if you are able to study, you are more elite. Maybe if you study in India, you are more elite. Philippines, Indonesia. The second, but it doesn't explain, because we have more, if you look at the heat maps, the spread is bigger. It's not only the only difference is between poor countries and the rest, okay? Because I think the heat map would look a little bit different then. So the second explanation is actually connected to the global challenges that also Alexa was talking about. I think that perhaps people from poorer countries are also more vulnerable and to climate change, for example. We know that the situation there is already very difficult, and very soon most of these people will have to actually migrate to leave, because it will be impossible to live in these countries. So we are thinking that maybe that make them realize how much we are connected. They are suffering, for example, for things that more developed countries did in the past, and now we have the climate crisis, and they want to move to other countries, like they are actually cannot close themselves in their small countries only. The perspective is bigger for them, because it has to be. They have to, the situation forced them. But these are our explanations. We were looking for many moderators, for example, looking at the connections between global identities and outcome variables, and the connections are not, the moderators are not really strong. It's like these connections are high everywhere, but still these differences we saw on heat maps, they are small, but they are there.
Okay.
Maybe you have some
Okay,
explanation.
sorry, Miss. Thank you for all the presentator, but for this session times is up, so we can move to the next sessions. Thank you.
Nā nei, nā mea katoa. Really important with the Māori culture here. Secondly, to acknowledge the space that we're in. If you're whare, e tū nei, the Prama Sanur, e te rāra room, te nāku. Acknowledge Mother Earth. If te papa e tāku nei, te nāku, papa tuanaki, which is the Māori name for Mother Earth. Acknowledge those that have passed away, so acknowledging our ancestors. Acknowledging the local people. So tuku mihi ana ki te mana whenua, ko te wāhi nei, ko koutou rā, ngā kaipuripuri, o tēnei kaupapa. Ngā kaitaki o tēnei takiwā, tēnā koutou, ki tōna ngāwhi tāngata. To the people that look after this region and this space. Acknowledging you all. I ngā mana, I ngā reo, I ngā hurapā. Te a tātou, te hungaura, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. Acknowledging the person, the people in this instance who are running this meeting, so e te whaikaranga, tēnā kōrua. Acknowledging why we're here. Kua tae mai mātou ki te koutua, te kaupapa. Indigenous voices, theory, research, and application. To the purpose of our meeting here this morning. And finally, thanking everyone once again. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you to everybody. And in the traditional Māori space, you do that 3 times. You're recognizing everybody's physical presence, the mental presence, and the spiritual presence all at once. This is the most simple version of doing this. There are really complicated and much longer versions of this that can take half an hour, but I just wanted to start with that today. Introduce you all to a Māori formalized breeding process called a mihi mihi. Now, when we finish a mihi mihi, and we go to start at the meeting itself, we say what's called a karakia. Really simple definition is a prayer, but it's kind of more than that. In a meeting sense, often to kind of say, hey, we're about to start something. We recognize that the purpose of this meeting is, we've acknowledged it earlier, that, hey, let's get started on this thing. So this is one of the most well-known karakia in kind of Māoridom in the Māori world. You hear, if you go to New Zealand, you hear this karakia, and it goes, whakataka te hau, te ru, whakataka te hau, te kama, kia mā kina kina kina, kia mā taratara, te hi ake te ana, te atakura, te tio, te huka, te hauhu, tihei, mauriora. So recognizing geographical space. This is from an area where I live in Dunedin, in New Zealand, the South Island of New Zealand, which is a really cold place of New Zealand. So you see here, we're recognizing the frost and the cold wind, very different to what I'm currently experiencing outside. So that is the basic formalized Māori formalized breeding process. We finish with a karakia, so we open the karakia, we open the space, we prepare it for all the speakers, then we get to the end of our closing karakia, so we've got, that's all done, we're wrapped up, now we can go and sign. So that is that, and I will pass it back over to Pauline so she can introduce the first speaker.
Thank you so much, Sheila. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to my friend and colleague, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person, but will be joining us online to do her presentation on decolonizing psychology in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Aotearoa, the land of long white cloud, which is the Māori name for our country. So, Dr. Tia Miha, Tia, are you there? There. Okay, so you can't join. Okay, well, we're ready to start. Okay, so then it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Hitoa Arahanga Doyle, who talks about his work to youth development. And also more proper Māori.
Hello again. So, thank you. I really appreciate that. So, the name of my talk is Belonging to Place, Positive Youth Development Through Increases in Cultural Knowledge. My co-researchers, Damien Scarf, Jackie Hunter, Olivia Bell. These are my co-collaborators. Those names should be flipped. This is Jackie Hunter, this is Damien Scarf, and a couple of students who have been helping me with this project, Olivia Bell and Elliot Wilson. So I wanted to start with the map of New Zealand. We're all learned cultural psychologists, so you probably know that New Zealand is down at the bottom corner of the map, but I thought it's always nice to make sure that everyone knows that, because we have a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to the fact that we are left off maps. But that is where we are from, New Zealand. Aotearoa is the Māori name of New Zealand. If you ever play the game Risk, there's no New Zealand going west. It's probably the best example of our admission from world maps. Anyway, so I wanted to, I guess, probably good for me to follow on, formalize mihi mihi. The next step, if I was in a traditional Māori setting, would be to introduce myself with a description of where I'm from, moving down from the area of where I'm from to who I am personally. So I'll say it in Māori, and then I want to stick to it. So for Auraki me, Waitaki, Waimakiri, me, me, awa, for Maitahu, me, Chatsau, ngā pāparangi, iwi. I actually have it written down for you to follow along as well. For tamatia, ngā timaki me tukuki, toku marae, for hitawa arahunga joy lahau. So what I'm saying there is I'm giving you a description of the geographical places of where I'm from. And that is a really simple pepeha. Again, in the Māori space, they can be really long, but here's a simple version, probably the most well known. What I'm describing, the first thing I'm describing is my mountains. My mountains are Auraki and Ruapehu. So these are those two mountains. Auraki, Mount Cook, is the tallest mountain in New Zealand, highest mountain in New Zealand, and Ruapehu is the mountain on the right. My rivers, Wanganui, Waimakariri, and Waitaki. My tribes, Maitahu and Te Āpihoni Pāparangi. So these are the regions. Maitahu is region, essentially the entire South Island, New Zealand, and Te Āpihoni Pāparangi, the middle of the North Island. My marae, so these are our kind of formal greeting houses for iwi for our tribes. So that's a really simple, formalized introduction of who I am. Now, a lot of those elements are going to be important for my talk, but I'll put a pin in that right now, and we'll come back to that. So I'm a social psychologist at faith. Jackie Hunter, Damon Clark, social psychologists. They've been doing social identity research for decades, longer than I've been alive. And one of the key elements of social identity there is oversimplifying is the idea that self-concept is based on membership in important and salient social groups. Oversimplification, but kind of gets to the crux of social identity theory. We have projects like this one, social identity mapping, being employed by University of Australia. Social identity mapping, getting people to write out for important social groups. And it usually looks from like family, this person is a psychologist student, the university thing, like important social group. And a kind of basic idea within social identity theorizing is that benefits accrue from having this secure social membership, this social identity that is strong. If you have these groups, you feel a strong affiliation to, if you feel that you are a secure group member, benefits can accrue from them. But from my Māori perspective of social identity theory, one critique is that the theorizing is primarily concerned with people oriented. So these are all based around people. And the church may be a little bit blurry, but basically the people are the ones that are the key components of the social identity group. For Māori social identity, it includes geographical places and social identity. Māori, the distinction between a person orientated and place orientated focus doesn't really make sense. If you think about people, they are this picture from a couple of minutes ago, this is the Wanganui River. And 2 years ago, the Wanganui River became the legal first in Europe. So this idea of the typical geographical places being equal isn't just restricted to a Māori concept of identity. It's now beginning to recognize the world. This is a really nice piece of artwork from a person from Wanganui artist. Say the ode to our the ode, I, the our, the river, I am the river, our, the river, I am the river, the river. The way, easiest way to describe it, again, idea is this concept of freedom of life at the core of the idea that Maori have a deep rooted of like demonstrating that these are those technical things. Freedom of life is a traditional place to stand with Maori can try to find a life stand still around time. Intrinsically tied to the site word whakapapa. See here in this description, my ancestors. So the whakapapa really simply named genealogy. We don't know why that is the place. Typically requires two things. The first is you have to know that you know that there's a different genealogical result. Gain some kind of warm with the best way to gain both of them is to take it. But you could have a knowledge about it, might not have much overall knowledge. You could know about your whakapapa, but you might not know much about it. Vice versa, you could know a lot about it. Maori are getting put on the way. Well, why don't Maori already know a lot about the simple answer. Intergenerational carbon is a topic that we've gone about the purpose of my book, focusing on that. Colonization means that we lost our land, we lost our knowledge of the land because of the land itself, and for many Maori, this is a nice graphic definition of the land from 1860 to 1939, which is short 80 years. The green area is the land that was owned by Maori in 1860. But the corner, you can see as it goes on, as faster and faster through to 1939. To give you a gauge of just the size of the island, the land that's lost. This is us here. And let's do a little bit of the scale of the land. In the current study, what effect does this mixture of the land have on the but it's the first step of the appropriate. The first step of the do grow with knowledge of the idea that a connection to geographical place gaining knowledge is the first step to so we predict that learning pattern education program, 7 days, okay? That's 14 of your no, you don't. They limit the sales of no paper. what's really important for our program beautiful spot, New Zealand. That is a bird's eye view of the entire Bay of Islands, but this is where the boat leaves from, the Bay of Islands. There's a significant Maori population in Auckland. It might be the highest, or the second highest Maori population in New Zealand. A rich Maori history. So the first capital city when the British came to New Zealand was in Bay of Islands, and it has Waitangi. If you've ever heard of the Treaty of Waitangi, which is our founding document, that was signed in the Bay of Islands. So primarily signed in the Bay of Islands. So really important, really rich history with a lot of Maori who still live there. So our study looked at 367 adolescents across 3 years, as I said, teenagers. We measured them before they went on the boat and after they went on the voyage, so day 1 and day 7. For our project here, we're just focusing on Maori and New Zealand European students. We looked at 2 things. How did their knowledge of the area grow? So I forgot to mention the adventure education program that we're looking at explicitly tries to teach these kids about the region. So they're spending 7 days on the water. What do you learn about being there? What are these places and places that they're seeing that they may have never been taught about? They might have seen them over and over again, but no one's ever taught them what those places mean. So we wanted to look, did their knowledge of that area grow from day 1 to day 7? And look at some of these, what we just termed general positive youth development outcomes. Resilience, self-esteem, and positive outlook. But simply, the black line is Maori and the orange line is the New Zealand European students. Before the voyage, out of 100, 0 to 100, I know a lot about the history of the Bay of Islands. They both started around that 20 to or 30 to 40 range. By the end of it, both groups increased significantly. And we saw this increase in outcome for all of our measurements that are variables of resilience, again, increasing for both groups. Self-esteem, I'm just going to flip through this for the sake of time, but the general point being that they're all increasing at about the same rate. So we're seeing positive outlook here increasing a slightly different amount from the previous. We looked at, we conducted a linear regression. Wanted to see, was this increase of knowledge related to these increases in resilience? What was some of the relationship here? And we found that for both Maori and New Zealand European students, there was a relationship between this change and increase resilience at day 7. The same thing for self-esteem. So for both the Maori students and the New Zealand European students, there was a significant relationship between resilience at the end and the change in knowledge. And the same thing more or less happened, but it actually, the only difference was that positive outlook on life wasn't significant when we controlled for resilience at day 1 for New Zealand European students. We found that, generally speaking, except for this one result, change in knowledge about the area would have this relationship with these positive developmental outcomes. A key takeaway point from our result, trainees increased their knowledge about the Bay of Islands, the Māori history of the Bay of Islands. They increased resilience of positive outcomes. There was an increase in knowledge had a relationship with these developmental outcomes. Obviously, there are many limitations to the study, as I said, a bit exploratory. We're kind of going, what's going to happen part of a bigger project that wasn't originally looking at this, but through some of our discussions, we thought, hey, what are these kids getting out of learning about this area where the region which they're not taught a lot about, even though they live in these places. And knowledge doesn't necessarily mean a connected place. Maybe these positive relationships or significant relationships was just driven by the fact that it's nice to learn new things. Okay? Both groups, both Māori and New Zealand with positive outcomes. We predicted that was going to be strong for Māori, and we didn't really find that. So maybe this is one of the, we were to speculate, we haven't done a whole lot of discussion yet, but I think that's going to be a strong bit of information. And I've been thinking over the last few days, how does this all fit into the theme of our conference, globalization and context? But I think it puts an Indigenous lens on really well-known theory, social identity theory. We're trying to add these elements into these concepts which are often just taken for granted within psychological spaces. I wanted to finish with this. It's an article in the Atlantic, "There's No Way to Be Human. We now occupy a nearly natural world." So while these ideas of geographical spaces being really important from a Māori lens are kind of inbuilt and entrenched within a Māori worldview, Māori aren't the only ones talking about that. There are spaces, non-Māori, this is an American saying, we need to get back to understanding these connections that we have in nature and our world around us. Thank you. Yes, great.
For the wonderful way you presented that and embedded it. And I wish it had been a conference for more people. It was wonderful. I have a really hard question, not about your research, but fabulous. And I'm not sure if you work with Outward Bound. I've previously done a bit of work with them, and they're doing fabulous work that really connects in nicely to this. But I was training some of their trainers, their facilitators, and but that's beside the point if you want some connections. The question I have is about diasporic Māori community. And I worked in Logan in Australia, which is one of the biggest Māori diasporic communities in Australia. And how do we do Te Ranga Waiwai for them? And do you have any ideas? Because, you know, like when we talk about place-based identity and spiritual dislocation, it's not just happening for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, it's happening for Pacifica as well as for Māori in the most disadvantaged places, and those places themselves are stigmatized. So how do we do place-based connection back to Indigenous communities, but also support Indigenous young people in supporting one another in that identity?
Yeah, thank you. The point about Outward Bound, yes, the two researchers. Yes, we have done some work with them. The two researchers that I have, Jackie Hunt and Jamie Sharp, have done some work about 10, 15 years ago with Outward Bound, found some really amazing results. So it's a really cool program. Yeah, building that connection for Māori who are distant. I guess my simple answer is education, of telling the stories of these places that have been lost and not told. So this is examples. So at the moment when I'm teaching in Otago, I give examples of stories of Ngāi the local tribe. Just say, this is what happened. And most people go, I've never knew that what happened in these places. And I think that teaching those stories, teaching what actually happened is something that most Māori aren't with that. We go through our school in New Zealand. I remember going through high school and then more about the Crimean War. Anything to do with Māori and colonization. It was really crazy. So I think getting some of these stories about these places in which Māori are from, iwi from, I talk about Ngāi Tahu because I'm Ngāi Tahu and I know those stories, I'm from that area. But there are some really amazing and interesting stories in these other areas. Unpacking those stories for people. I think for Māori, hearing about the place where they're from, the really powerful first step. That is where I'm from. They might know the top topic, but no one's telling them more of that information. So they thought at first level because that's my topic, that's my genealogy. You never get connected, and then you don't know where they are. Because they're not any expert, you know the information, but trying to tell those stories is not easy. Education about the stories of these places. So that we try to use to help get a next knowledge of these places.
For your very enlightening presentation. My question is about your design. I'm assuming that you have the Māori and the European beauty that get used together on the boat. And I'm wondering if you try to look at the interpersonal relationship, the team with being, what happened there, the dynamics.
Yes, the dynamics are really interesting. We have an older, I did a study in 2018 with disability education programs, and then I went and interviewed trainees and asked them about those dynamics, because yes, just for us, we don't change any of the dynamics, we don't interact, we don't interfere with it in any way. So Māori and New Zealand European students are on board. But from the sounds of things, there often is a split at the very beginning of these voyages, where many of the Māori students, New Zealand Europeans, for that first day or two, kind of form these little groups, and then by the end of it, they're all one big family, and they talk about how close they get. But it would be an interesting dynamic to explore a little further. We've only just managed to get someone actually on board for the entire 7 days. We've been working with them for 6 years, but because you have 14 teenagers plus the staff, there's never any space for us to actually be on there and actually look at what's happening and kind of observe it in a much closer way. But we've only just managed to do that, so we can start to explore that question a little bit better as we move forward. Yeah, it's expensive to run those boats, and so we only just managed to force someone in. One of our other researchers, who's my PhD student, is 6'4", and just little hulls on the boats. That was quite funny. But it's a great question. The dynamics, intergroup dynamics, are really fascinating, and by the sounds of things, there are some really interesting ways in which they interact with one another. But the basic understanding, basic result of it is almost always by the end of the voyage, by 7 days, there's no distinction between Māori and New Zealand European students in the way they think about the big group. They think of themselves as one big family. That thing can change to go 7 days.
Building on Tauranga Waiwai, I understand that there is a marae being built in Sydney, and that's rather controversial. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, do you think?
Yeah, it's a question there. There's a concept that I think Māori are starting to grapple with a lot more, and having to have those discussions about what they look like. There's so many Māori who live in Australia, so providing opportunities for them to connect in ways that are meaningful without having to fly all the way back to New Zealand. My intuition is like, I think we probably should be providing these opportunities to connect, but it is a complicated process. We can't just do it willy-nilly and maybe end up diluting some of the impact of things like marae. They're so important for a sense of Māori identity that we probably don't. I don't think we should be just throwing them out everywhere, but we recognise there's a huge population in Australia and Sydney, and so I guess it comes back to my answer before about telling those stories. If we compare telling those stories with going, hey, why don't you come over to our marae in Sydney? The net, it'll be a net positive because to put it in an economic term. I'm not. For those that don't know, probably some of the discussions that people will be having about is who runs those marae if we put them in Sydney. So Māori, we have tribes across the entire country. There are big ones, there are little ones, there are ones with more power, there are ones with less kind of economic power. Who actually would run the one in Sydney? And that, I think, would be the big question. Just at the moment, there's a bit of a push to Māori having more importance to where you're from iwi based. We're not one just a collective, there are all these iwis, so we don't always see eye to eye, and that might be what's happening in Sydney. But I think is my first thought would be, I think it would be a net positive for us to do that because of the population that is in Sydney, and we'll continue to move over to Australia. There's so many Australians and Mozzies, Māori Australian with Mozzie.
Hello, congratulations on your presentation. It almost got me goosebumps when you said the prayer, and I got very much related from the things that we learn in India. And since I'm new to this concept, I want to know more about it. So I just want to know what does this knowledge include? because I'm just reflecting from my experience in India. So in India, there is this whole knowledge system about Ayurveda. So about how system works. There is very deeper understanding in all the villages about what grows where and what medicinal plants can help you, or how there is this coexistence with animals and trees, and the knowledge is very deep. So is this similar to that, or is this more?
Yes, there are concepts that speak to similar ideas that I was mentioning. I think I'm no expert in any of both. Put it simply, Turanga Waiwa is an easier concept for Māori and non-Māori to understand the geographical space. So I think it's a simpler version of some of the more complicated ideas that we're taught. But these concepts of understanding the kind of natural world around us are becoming a lot more prominent. Best example I can give you in New Zealand is we just recently had a new public holiday, which is based on Pradytia, which was the star system in New Zealand, the Pleiades, I think it's pronounced, or I can be getting that wrong. But the basic idea that our new year calendar is based on the stars coming up. And so that's now being incorporated within there's a much greater knowledge about these things, not just being limited to these pockets of Māori who know this information. It's now a public holiday for everybody. So these ideas are being expanded upon, are being discussed, and are becoming a lot more mainstream. So as I had on my slide about the river becoming a person, I'm not going to pretend like I am an expert in any of those things. But to say that yes, Māori are talking about those ideas and discussing them, and they're becoming a lot more prominent within about human society and life for both sides.
So genealogy and knowledge, both are important. And in your so I just want to ask that with this group of teenagers, was there a significant difference on the level of knowledge based on their ethnicity? Because towards end, I saw that difference was becoming less. So was earlier the difference, was it significant?
No, there was no significant difference between each of those time points. The range was quite large. Some students go into those programs with a vast amounts of knowledge, some don't. So you could see how low they were before the voyage. That was the knowledge. I think the whakapapa element within Māori spaces. Once you whakapapa Māori, once you have this Māori genealogy, you are Māori. What does that mean? How much kind of knowledge does it come with? Not an innate. The knowledge itself is innate, not born with all these knowledge of these places.
And I think that is also influence of colonization in a very different.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, there's disconnection because ability for Māori, taking that ability away from Māori to teach young people about these places.
Sorry, the last question is about yes, individuals. I think now they are identifying them with the spaces, but how is their relationship with individuals who are not from that junior world?
Yeah, that's a great question, especially in the immigrant population of New Zealand. Ultimately, New Zealand, European students, teenagers, what have you, in New Zealand, they come from another place. Some have been there for generations. So how do you distinguish those of different kinds of those ideas? Because there are definitely New Zealand Europeans who feel a close attachment to concepts like Turanga Waiwa. Because them and their family have been in New Zealand and have been involved with Māori community. Is that distinctly a Māori concept that has to be for Māori and only Māori, or does it kind of filter through into the other population? Not too sure.
Thank you for that presentation. I'd love to catch up with you steal some of your slides. I just can borrow some later. But yeah, no, I've never seen that presented so comprehensively. So thank you. Just following up on that question. So again, I might have missed it. Did the Maori people have a stronger connection after the outbound sort of activity compared to?
So they had a slightly higher level of knowledge.
Yeah,
and that was kind of.
But the pattern was the same, right?
The pattern
Almost
was
parallel.
the same.
Yeah,
Yeah. And so, and like knowledge doesn't always mean connection.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, what I was thinking about does, again, like in a way, your genealogy being a Maori person, having that knowledge, we almost, I guess, I don't know if I'm asking this, can create a stronger connection to the land or the space than, say, a non-Maori person. That's what I'm trying to do.
my short answer, and more based on kind of personal experience, is yes. So the Wanganui River, the river that I use as my example, I haven't spent a whole lot of time there. My whakapapa was through there, but I know a lot about it. My parents, my mum, a lot about it. I think if I didn't have that genealogy there and I just was taught about it, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Have that connection and talk about the knowledge. My mum was raised in that area, but I wasn't in a different part of New Zealand. The person I think does form a really strong connection and know that the genealogy goes through there. And within a Māori society, they whakapapa is everything. Genealogy is everything. And so when those places, each of the places, the geographic place are tied to genealogy, strong connection. Yeah. I'll pass the microphone back over to you.
Then this time it really is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Tianuha, my friend, colleague, collaborator, who unfortunately is going to be zooming in on us as opposed to being here with us. But Tia, you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you. Brilliant. So, Harimai, Tia, and we're ready to hear you talk about decolonizing psychology.
Oh, that's a forever topic, that one, folks. So I'll try and keep it within the time frame. I've got some timekeepers because I love talking. So kia ora tātou. Thank you so much there, Hitoa and Colleen and Anna and the Zoom people and the people out there in Bali land. For those of you, I'm Tia, and I work at the Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand. I can speak in Te Reo, but I'm thinking that given the audience, I will speak English so that everybody is part of the set or understands what I'm talking about. My people are from the northern part of New Zealand and the east coast, North Island, east coast, the East Cape, and some of the bays. And where Hitoa is now, where he's situated now, where he works, is where I was brought up most of my life. And now I bring myself to the capital of New Zealand, and I've been there for 8 years. And my role is a senior lecturer in Māori and Indigenous psychology. And some of the work that I've done over the years is working with children, particularly Māori children and whānau or the wider kinship and families, Māori families. I've also been collaborating, as what Colleen was saying, in the multicultural realm, and I've learned a lot from her expertise in this realm, which my eyes were only Indigenous. And also I've worked in the prisons. I'm doing forensic work And I'm doing a lot of work. That's been a really big foci for me, looking at the area of childhood trauma. And I've also done a lot of work in looking at community psychology and health as well. And so today's talk is looking at an ethical compass on looking at how we can culminate a lot of the studies that has been captured that myself and colleagues have been involved in over the past, goodness me, 20 years from memory and not counting, and so can we switch to the first slide, please? Oh, kia ora. Thank you. Right, this one, thank you. So just in brief, thank you. This slide here captures what we're looking at in the New Zealand realm of Indigenous psychology, essentially looking at an evidence-based program and how it operates from an Indigenous perspective in tandem with our Western colleagues. So there's a lot of tensions in the research. There's a lot of lots of happy points or high points. There's also not so that the tensions themselves can be ongoing as well. So here, looking at decolonizing is a heck of a big term. Thinking if we've looked at colonization, and you may have been exposed to it in the due proceedings of this conference, that in brief, the colonization factors here and across all nations hasn't been that crash hot. I've been trying to think, what's the good in colonization? And some of the byproducts, as you may have noticed in the literature and as well as in this particular conference, essentially looks at reversing or flipping the deficit-based foci around the impact of research upon Indigenous communities and because of what's happened within colonisation. And in brief, with decolonisation, it's looking at unpacking the colonisation factor, and I'm really doing this briefly, and then repacking to look at what's really valuable for Indigenous whānau, or for Indigenous families, people of the land, to give voice, to give some level of social justice to the cause. Here, as most codes of conduct and ethics, in New Zealand, we've got two that I focus on. Oh, sorry, can we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. We've got two lines of ethics that I use within this particular publication. And one is looking at the New Zealand Code of Ethics from the Psychology Society, New Zealand Psych Society. The other one is from the New Zealand Health Society. And there are some similarities in these two levels of these two codes of ethics. The part that we do in our particular publication is that we're looking at the research the ethics within research. The other two codes of conduct or ethics are looking at what are some guidelines for practitioners. So in this instance, looking at decolonisation first starts with ethics. So we're flipping it in the research context here, where that ethics frontlines research within an Indigenous context, which would be fitting, and then because it's frontlined, it helps to be the foci that will be the carry on from within the research process through to looking at some hot contentions that take place within the research context. And so here, some of the considerations here, we've got multiple considerations, but I want to keep it contained so that I'm not going to go on go on a wild goose chase. I'm good at doing that. So I want to go to the next slide, please. Here, yes. Front and centre, we've heard Hitawa use the word tūranga waiwai. And tūranga is the place of standing. And waiwai is your feet. And so one way of looking at it with our Indigenous people from Australia and our Indigenous folks from Canada. And hopefully I'm so sorry. I don't know who the Indigenous peoples are from Indonesia. Hopefully, please pardon my ignorance, but you'll know what I'm saying when you treat the lands and there's a lot of stories within the lands. And a lot of those stories have got many layers that may not have been elevated to bring voice to research. And here, within the framework that we've developed and essentially what we've put through the publication, we're looking at saying that, yes, we have a voice, Māori have a voice, we have feet that have trodden on the land or the soil of our country, which gives an emphasis of looking at basically those collaboration factors, the engagement factors, the absoluteness of listening to what our community has to say, which is driven to how we operate within the research context, to looking at what research, the meaning within research is in itself. And so here, the ethics here is not going to be one of comparison to the other two codes of ethics that I'll talk to you about, which are called Te Tikanga o Matatika, that's the New Zealand Code of Ethics, or the looking at the principles or the protocols of how to enact ethics. And the other framework is called Te Aratika, which is looking at the right pathway of carrying out research. Our particular framework is called Matapono, looking at an authentic pathway of essentially speaking one's truth. And that comes from the shop floor or from the community and is basically canvassed throughout our publications. And so we want to look at how the heck can we make sense? How can we get this across to not only within our own communities, but also within our non-Indigenous communities as well. Please, the next slide, please. Thank you. So here, as I've mentioned really briefly about the aspects of critically engaging with our history is looking at some of those factors of like, not in some cases where our members, where our Māori kin and whānau or families have talked about some of the factors that have happened in the past that are somewhat denigrating to people's souls. It's really like, and then sometimes it's been dismissed as maybe seen in current political systems at the moment within our country. But it's essentially looking at what's happened post-colonisation, the effects, the byproducts of colonisation within factors like, like we do, for those of us that like doing statistics, the statistics here show what our people can't do in the past. Decolonisation in itself, if we're looking at statistical factors within research, looks at what we can do and what are the strengths that Māori can bring to the table and highlighting those. Because after all, as researchers, we're looking at what are the things, where are the needs, and what can we actually do to help people. Being an Indigenous researcher and being encapsulated in our culture, essentially it's been drilled into me. It's like it's like a second skin as to like, whatever you do, it's got to have impact and it's got to land with our people, meaning it's got to be meaningful. So critically engaging with the research is one thing, and the cultural impacts of what's happened, within colonisation, the likes of, we've had a big report called the New Zealand Commission, the Royal Commission of state care of abuse, where we had up to 2,500 people that took part as children that were recipients of various forms of violence or abuse from in state care, government-based organisations, as well as faith-based care. It's just come out recently within the past week about some of the factors that have come from that report. And so if you think about all the ethics that's gone down in that, in conducting not only that report, but also some of the things which didn't take place, and the fact if we're looking at childhood trauma, the impact that it's had on those children. That in itself is part of the story of colonisation. And looking at the systemic levels of abuse, how that then looks at how can we like look at helping people, you know, like within the trauma, to basically look at reconciliation factors. That's part of the decolonisation factor of looking at reformation, reconciliation, and at the same time, you know, inclusivity. Next slide, please. So if you think over, like, within our country, we're a relatively new country, New Zealand, but if you think about our history in itself, where there's a lot of things that have taken place in regards to colonisation, this builds up a high level of mistrust from the communities at large. And so what this particular publication that we've done looks at is what are some of those rebuilding factors of creating high trust models. You see the factors with, like, looking at the work that Hitoa and his colleagues did in regards to doing the work in the northern part of New Zealand with the Richard Tucker voyage, and some of the young people that had been exposed to things that you know, looking at not knowing a sense of self or their identity. A lot of those children were Māori. And essentially, my understanding, having read Hitoa's PhD, is that and some of the work, the publications that him and his colleagues have done, is that some of those young people didn't know where they came from, or were having some major identity issues. And that in itself, if you've got that layered with levels of, like, not trusting the system, there's a heck of a lot as researchers, ethically speaking, that we need to look at as to how we can, from the university communities, and how we can piece it together to make sure that when we're working with people, how then can we make sure that the research that we do actually benefits the communities that we serve. The next part here that I mentioned really briefly here, you might have seen an exposure to data sovereignty. And there's a lot of our colleagues here in New Zealand, Māori colleagues here in New Zealand, that look at, in the past, a lot of the research or the data was looking at on Māori as opposed to with Māori. So a lot of these folks that are looking at data sovereignty are looking at, so how's, you know, what is the purpose of the data that we use in research, and how's it going to be used? How's it going to benefit the communities at large? Or is it going to be a means of where it's going to truck out a lot of people, an industry where some people will benefit from it, and the end users, namely Māori, won't basically benefit from it. So what's happened is that data sovereignty is a way of, it's a protection means of looking after Indigenous data. Now, some of you may have been exposed to the open science framework, which came about by a lot of the factors that took place in the replication crisis in psychology. And here we've got journals that look at the open science framework, and if we're going to be submitting to one of those journals, we have to provide our data as an open and transparent process. But here, where data sovereignty meets open science frameworks, there is a bit of there's a tension that's held in what we call the human ethics committees in universities, as well as the people that are carriers or protectors of Indigenous research. So that in itself has created lots of conversations with my colleagues that are in the ethics committees. How do we do this? How do we circumvent around these issues? Things here I'll leave here for you folks here as a taster for maybe possible questions that you might want to ask me at the end of this topic or this talk. Next slide, please. Thank you. Whew, okay. You've heard me talk about the factor that the research that we've done, myself, Hitoa, Anna, and Colleen, is looking at what's going to be the best factors or what's going to be a benefit to working with Māori. And if we trundle back and look at some of our what we call the epistemological factors and ontological factors within research, the what and the doing, here we're looking at two frameworks. At times when we're looking at and this was mooted, I might add, by Sir Professor Mason Jury in 2004, looking at the interface between mātauranga, Māori knowledge, and Western-based science, and in this context, Western psychological research. And here, when I sat down with him and spoke to him about, this, looking at the integration between two frameworks, how does it happen? How can we unpack that? And he said to me at the time, he said, if you're looking at finding a common ground, we're not going to always agree on everything. We can agree to disagree on things. But he said, it's the language that we use to make connections with people that may not necessarily understand what we're trying to elicit or what we're trying to get across in regards to research frameworks. So that's a really brief synopsis of looking at the work that's been carried through to now, looking at people using Māori, drawing upon Māori methods and knowledge, as well as some of our Western-based frameworks. I move right on that slide to looking at ethical dilemmas in empowerment research. Another part that features in the publication. And it's looking at the ethics around mental health issues, people around the area of looking at the experiencing of psychosis of some description, and last, when we're looking at assessment, psychological assessment, looking at a number of Māori members here had assessed people with some mental health, chronic mental health conditions, when in instance they could be also assessing or diagnosing for an incorrect diagnosis in the fact that it could be culturally related, where the person is connecting with ancestral folks, their ancestors, and talking with them, and what we call in this context kaitiaki, or the guardian of the person's well-being. And often in the past, a lot of our people that had this gift were basically placed in mental health hospitals. So here, the research that we draw upon is by some really great, fantastic psychiatrist and a Māori healer, expert healer. And they work together in tandem, where they look at seeing whether or not it is a form of psychosis, or it's a form, or it's a cultural form, and then how to roll out during the interventions, the appropriate interventions with the people. This work has been a beam where these people work, and seen the launch of a book that they produced, where the people that were part of that project stood up, and basically stood up, and the conversations that they gave were really like heartfelt and really transformative and real. The real part I loved, because of the fact that there was about the whole room, there was about 120 of us in the room, where not a dry eye there was after these people stood up and talked about the healing that took place, be it in a Māori context, with the Māori expert, or with the psychiatrist. So
Okay, so sorry. I'm really sorry, Miss, but your time for this presentation is up, and we only have 10 minutes for this season because Miss Anna below
yes,
will the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know I talk a lot, and thank you for keeping me on time. There's risks and limitations. Sorry, that's the next slide. And there were in the article itself is that we've got some recommendations on where to next. So it doesn't stay there where it's just all black and yuck or happy Pollyanna status. We're looking at what are some of the things within an ethical context that we can do in regards to at the university end, the training part, as well as looking at our Human Ethics Committee members, and looking at helping people that are new people starting in psychology, our new faculty members, as to how we can ethically move as people into the community. Kia ora tātou. Thank you, and sorry, Anna.
Thank you, Julia.
Sorry, folks. I told you I talked too much.
I'm sorry we haven't had time for questions for you. We've had a miscommunication about our schedule. So when we came in, we were told we should have 75 minutes. So we're running behind, and I'm not going to cut Anna down to 10 minutes. She's going to do her presentation as we planned. So for those of you who think you're expecting something else right now, we will start around 11 o'clock on the multiculturalism session. And I apologize for the misunderstanding here. So I would like to introduce Annabella, our final speaker. Anna is a clinical and doctoral student in the School of Psychology at Victoria University of Wellington. And she's going to be talking about accessing Māori views of multiculturalism in a free listing study. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Aotearoa New Zealand. And today I'll be talking about the views of Indigenous Māori on multiculturalism in New Zealand. And this is ultimately a story about our community, building trust within and across our community, in the context of sovereignty. So trends show that post-colonial settler nations like New Zealand are becoming more culturally and linguistically diverse due to factors like immigration and globalization. And with limited research revealing only two main views on multiculturalism: antipathy and accommodation. So oppositional perspectives of multiculturalism view it as a threat to Indigenous community status and resources, and as a barrier to decolonization and cultural reclamation. And so this perspective is it's founded on the idea that multiculturalism is simply another form of settler colonialism, in which systems seek to eliminate colonial difference through the creation of a supreme and unchallenged settler state. In contrast, some Indigenous scholars believe that cultural diversity can be integrated through Indigenous knowledge and values. So, for example, the Māori worldview encompasses values such as kōtahitanga, or the unity of purpose and direction. which supports this notion of a harmonious multicultural society. So the contrasting of evidence and perspectives suggests that there is value in examining the views of Indigenous communities on multiculturalism, particularly with a community such as Māori, who have historically fought for sovereignty within a bicultural paradigm as a result of colonization and settlement by the British in the 19th century. The resulting founding document, titled the Treaty of Waitangi, was thought to provide this bicultural framework for Māori and Europeans, but it was historically dishonoured, leading to land theft and attempts at assimilation. In recent years, the renaissance of claiming our Māori identities and place in society, alongside the increase in immigration, has brought forward questions of what this actually means for us going forward. As a result, the motive of the current study was to explore perceived advantages and disadvantages of multiculturalism in New Zealand from a Māori perspective, using a free listing approach. Although an often underutilized method, free listing is an emic or within culture approach to elicit culturally relevant information from a group. As an inductive and data-driven technique, it allows for the collection of knowledge on a prescribed topic alongside the categorization of information as influenced by relevant theory. So with our free listing approach, we decided that the list would be obtained via interview after a pilot study found that participants were able to give more responses this way. We then recruited 25 cultural informants, all of whom were Māori, living in New Zealand at the time, ranging in age from 19 to 67, and were predominantly female. Although most of the participants were primarily located within a specific region of New Zealand, the iwi or tribes of participants listed were representative of wider locations. So all participants were recruited through convenience or snowball sampling, and were interviewed by me as a cultural insider. Part of the interview process was dependent on the level of relationship that I had with participants prior. So for participants that did not know, it was really important to introduce myself and make any appropriate information available to them as part of whakapunaunga or this active building relationship, which is a commonly recognized value of Māori. All interviews included karakia, which you guys would have seen earlier, is a situationally and culturally appropriate recitation to commence and conclude a meeting. All participants were then asked to list all the things they thought could be beneficial and harmful about multiculturalism in New Zealand in order to generate 2 lists. So the 2 sets of list items were compiled, generating coding categories that were later revised on the basis of relevant research. And so we ended up with 6 positive and 8 negative coding categories. Using this set of codes, both Colleen Ward and I independently coded each item before meeting to resolve any differences. An item by participants matrix was being constructed, revealing that after removing non-codable and repetitious items, participants generated 51 positive and 48 negative responses. As for intercoder agreement, there is no established percentage that best supports coding reliability claims. However, over 80% is generally considered acceptable. And so for ours, we had 66.7% for the positive responses and 81.3% for the negative. I will now discuss the positive and negative codes in order of salience, which is reported using Smith's F, and frequency by item across the 25 participants. So in response to the question of how multiculturalism could be beneficial for New Zealand, several positive codes were listed, with the most salient of these being diversity, novelty, and enrichment. And so this code looks at how multiculturalism is beneficial for its increase in cultural diversity and exposure to novelty, both of which hold intrinsic value in considering alternative views, choices, and experiences. In addition, diversity also provides societal enrichment through social, cultural, and economic domains. Next, we had increasing intercultural knowledge and understanding, which looks at how multiculturalism is educational and is ultimately about acquiring greater cultural information. So notably, this code has a cognitive base rather than affective base, as it focuses more on beliefs. Thirdly, we had the increasing of social capital by bridging, which is a concept stemming from sociological theory that views multiculturalism as an opportunity to increase valuable and meaningful relationships across cultural boundaries. And so this code in particular seemed to align with accommodative perspectives of multiculturalism adopted by several Māori scholars, likely as a result of the similarity between bridging and Māori values such as whakawhanaungatanga, or that building of relationships. The remaining positive codes included the promoting of acceptance and inclusion, which has an affective base, focusing more on the emotions associated with the enhancement of intercultural relations and the reflection of positive and empathetic attitudes and feelings towards other cultural groups. And so this code really highlights the general acknowledgement and empathy that Indigenous communities often feel towards other marginalised communities. Next, global connectivity considers the nation of New Zealand as a whole and how multiculturalism ultimately increases global awareness of New Zealand and reduces our isolation, which may be an increasingly important goal due to globalization. Finally, we had opportunities for positive social and political change, which looks at how multiculturalism can extend beyond settler colonial constructs to work within the bicultural to multicultural paradigm, ultimately increasing those connections across cultural boundaries and creating opportunities, new opportunities going forward. In response to how multiculturalism could be harmful for New Zealand, 8 negative codes were generated, with the most salient being the undermining of indigeneity. And so this code really emphasizes the lack of recognition and resulting disempowerment of Māori as the Indigenous peoples of New Zealand. It is inherently linked to the importance of the Treaty of Waitangi and how this bicultural framework may be further ignored or disrespected as a result of welcoming in more communities. Then we had the production of ethnic conflict, which looks more at how multiculturalism may be problematic due to the potential introduction of division and prejudice alongside diversity, leading to tension in intercultural relations. Then we had culture clash, which looks more specifically at how diversity is inherently problematic due to the clashing or just disagreement of values, behaviors, and beliefs. And so these include values and practices that maybe don't align with wider Māori views, but also ones that don't align with general societal values, such as sustainability. Then we had competition and limited resources, which included items that perpetuate this idea that New Zealand has a finite or limited number of resources, primarily due to it being a smaller country, with multiculturalism then putting Māori in competition with newcomers for these resources. Then we had the Code of Intercultural Misunderstandings, which describes multiculturalism as a difficult and problematic state due to this need for appropriate cultural competency in order to cross those cultural boundaries. And so this perspective applies to both Māori and newcomers, in which knowledge deficiency can involve a lack of proficiency in Māori ways of being, but also a lack of cultural awareness and understanding towards newcomers, so such as language barriers. Then we had cultural threat, which considers how multiculturalism may threaten the vitality and retention of Māori language, culture, and values, and may precipitate these fears of cultural loss.
Okay, we are sorry because it's already the time to start the next section, and we like to inform to all participants that there is a coffee break near the restroom. You can enjoy it and bring it here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. Okay, fine then.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Finally, we had poor governance, which looks at this idea that multiculturalism is problematic due to the New Zealand government's ineptitude at managing immigration and diversity in equitable ways. And so this comes from the idea that our New Zealand government is dominated by Pākehā or Europeans, ultimately disadvantaging Māori. And then we had global vulnerabilities, which looks at how multiculturalism is associated with globalization and potential negative consequences, such as making the nation vulnerable to loss of uniqueness, cultural appropriation, and loss of intellectual property. So overall, our findings suggest that looking at that Indigenous views on multiculturalism are multifaceted and dynamic. They reflect both the inherent value and difficulty of existing in a multicultural society. And so both the accommodative and oppositional perspectives discussed earlier were observed in the positive and negative codes from the free listing results, looking at both the increasing of intercultural connections as well as the various conflicts and challenges to Indigenous position. However, the positive codes seem to reflect more general societal benefits, while the negative codes really focused more on that specific acknowledgement of Māori as a cultural identity and position. Looking at both cultural knowledge as well as the political history of biculturalism in New Zealand. And so the variation of codes was reflective of a lot of things, such as utilitarian ethical viewpoints, which focuses on that greater good for all, as well as deontological ethics, which is more concerned with moral duties, such as the upholding and protection of Indigenous rights and status. But it was also, there were a lot of references to the wider political structures that have been inherited throughout our colonial history in New Zealand, as well as the potential effects of multiculturalism on the psychological well-being and identities of Māori. And all of that just really reflects the true dynamism of identifying a one true Indigenous perspective on multiculturalism. Yamahi, and thank you guys so much for spending the time.
Thank you, Anna. And again, I apologize for our miscommunication about the timing. So as we started our presentation in a culturally appropriate way, we will also conclude it that way. So, Kel?
Hi. Do one last slide. Yeah, any slides? Yeah. Do one last slide. No, slide there. Okay. There was meant to be one last slide. For those that have walked in, that was the Indigenous Theory and Application Symposium. And we're going to close with a karakia. If you want to know what that is, go back and watch the live stream of the start of our session. But basically, from a Māori Indigenous perspective, starting with a karakia, want to close with a karakia. I had it up on screen. I was going to get you to join in with me, but I'll just do it. And yeah. Anyway, so it just goes, so mera karakia tātou, unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te rutapi nui, kia wātia, kia māma, tēnā kau, tinana, wairewa, I te ara takatu, kuara I runga, whakairia ake ki runga, kia tīna,
Tīna, uie, tai ki e. Kia ora hi taua. Kia ora, Anna.
There'll be a bit of shuffling about while I think there's some people to load up slides for the 11 o'clock multiculturalism session. Bearing with us, appreciate your patience.
Excuse me, I would like to remind you, you can enjoy your coffee break in near the bathroom and bring it here. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so is on it. Okay, that's. I know you don't. I know you don't find that rude.
yeah. You can start.
Has been working in, well, you missed all the front part of it anyway, but who has been working in the context of normative multiculturalism in educational institutes, which is what we're going to be talking about today. So just a bit on the agenda, I'm going to be talking about some of the issues for multiculturalism, specifically within higher education institutes. I may be a little bit confrontational about the way that I talk about internationalization, so excuse me. You'll see my agenda there. But I'm going to be talking about internationalization and diversity requirements within HEI. Then I'm going to be talking about a new measure called normative multiculturalism in educational institutes, and then a little bit of preliminary work that's been done around that. I'm not going to go in detail about the theoretical model of normative multiculturalism. I will introduce it, but I strongly encourage you to read the multitude of now published manuscripts on NMS. And I'm going to talk to you about the differences between that and this measure as well. So the theory of normative multiculturalism as compared to the application of that theory to a very specific context, a school or university. All right, so those of you who don't know internationalization probably haven't been in executive leadership roles at universities, and those of you who are smiling like, yep, I know that. It's a very common word that's thrown around probably now in a little different way than it used to be. The literature tells us it's the process of integrating international, intercultural, global dimensions into education in a variety of ways. And that's in order to enhance education research and make a meaningful contribution. I think we know that's not always how the terminology of internationalization is used. And but in general, the way that we talk about internationalization is it's about what we'll call the global knowledge economy. And that is, how do we get cultural education within university, but how do we get culturally diverse people to be on seats in university as well? And it's based on this idea of interculturality through direct or indirect contact. What I mean there by direct contact is by having staff and students who are themselves diverse, meaning they come from many different places, many different countries, but also through this indirect contact, which is through teaching and learning within an educational context. And there's a bunch of references down there. If anyone's interested in the research on internationalization, I'm happy to share my thoughts. So what do internationalization strategies actually look like? They look like these things. They look like academic diplomacy, language learning and exchange of students and staff. That's normally what's put in policies, globalization of curriculum, research activities, collaborations, alliances. All this sounds very nice, doesn't it? Knowledge mobility or internationalization at a distance. And you can see that last point there that I have italicized, which is this one. Internationalization at home, which is the concept of domestic and international students' experiences of integration in the context of diversity. It's one of the many things, but it's actually often the only one that we as cultural and cross-cultural psychologists think. So, and this one's really important because this one is the one that tends to be done the most badly. Say this from experience, I think you can probably tell. The thing is, although it is a very popular term that's used within policy, educational policy, it actually comes with these really important ethical and social responsibilities that often are also not taken into consideration. And these are some of the responsibilities that come with that: to cater and support culturally diverse students and staff, to create equitable context that represent and respect diversity. I want to really highlight represent here, to minimize bias, prejudice, and discrimination, and to highlight diverse forms of expression, teaching, and learning. I would love to say with the high levels of internationalization strategy that happen within Australian universities that we're actually doing this. But I think we've fallen really far behind. So I also want to highlight that thing there, which is the ethical and social responsibilities of a diversity climate are borne out in research. These just aren't things that we think are important. They're actually particularly important for diverse students. And I would say not just for diverse students, for all students, whether they're within a contact experiences or not, because they're living in environments. So the benefit of positive diversity climate at HEI, I'm saying positive diversity climate, by the way, not just diversity climate. I really want to highlight that it fosters greater academic achievement and higher levels of well-being for everybody, but especially for minority students. That it enhances a sense of belongingness and reduces the gaps between majority and minority students without a cost to the majority group. This is particularly important. It increases the positive quality of intercultural interactions. But, okay, I'm just talking about Australia. You can apply this to your own context. Maybe it's different in New Zealand now, I would like to think. But in Australia, what a review found, this was a very recent review, 2022, of diversity strategies across, there are 41 universities in Australia, this was 39 out of the 41, that most use the word diversity. They use the word diversity in their strategic plans from here onwards. Most of them are 5 to 10-year plans, but few, when I say few, two have specific multicultural action plans. That is just appalling. Needless to say, my university didn't have one. Okay. So, and I also want to say that Australia is host to a very, very large number of culturally diverse students. And I want to highlight here, this research is not about international students as compared to non-international students or domestic students. The research here is about migrant background students as compared to non-migrant background students. There is a difference. And this idea of comparing international students to non-international students, particularly in Australia and in other multicultural environments, really masks some of the diversity of second and third generation young people or of those who are coming from mixed backgrounds. Australia is host to a very large number of diverse students. And so we need to take that into account. And unfortunately, I'm not able to differentiate between those things in this research. 29% of Australia's population born overseas and 48% of Australians have a parent that were born overseas, just to put that into perspective. All right, so what is normative multiculturalism then? This is what it is. A multicultural climate characterized by cultural diversity, widespread valuing of diversity, and policies and practices that support the cultural maintenance and equitable participation of all groups. But the idea being from this line of research that diversity in and of itself is not enough. It doesn't explain just to have demographic diversity. So the theoretical concept of normative multiculturalism identifies 3 critical factors. One is contact with diverse peoples. The other one is ideological orientations towards multiculturalism. And the last one is policy and practice. And when we employ this framework, we're employing it at a perceptual level. How do people perceive their societal environment? Not my own multicultural values. How do we perceive the nation state? So when we would ask about this, we would say, what do you think this looks like in New Zealand or Australia or in the US or many other places? Okay. So this is the general framework, which I said I won't go into a lot of details, but there is a lot of information out there about it. So normative multiculturalism in educational institutes takes that theoretical framework and then thinks about what are your perceptions of multiculturalism within your educational institute? How much context do you perceive at your university level of the ideological elements of that and policies and practices? So this is what it is here. Perceived multicultural norms arising from individual observations, understandings and interpretations of everyday experiences of diversity within higher education settings. That doesn't mean that it can't be used in other education settings, by the way. And that also doesn't mean that we can't use this theoretical framework for other organizational or other types of contexts. We just haven't quite gotten there yet. Okay. Oh man, that's so small. I apologize. I deeply apologize. This isn't published yet, but it is under review, which you'll see right there. These are the items of the Normative Multiculturalism Educational Institute scale, which is under review. And I wanted to give you a sneak peek of some of the associations that it has so that you understand. And you can't see it. So I don't know what I'm giving you a sneak peek into. Maybe that's a good thing. So the work that was done here, which I said is under review, led by Colleen, talks about this is the elements of normative multiculturalism as they relate to, this one is threats. Can't even read it myself. But basically what it says, it has a direct effect on positive attitudes towards international students. Okay, and this one here is it also has indirect effects on well-being via inclusion. And these are for general students. So what I'm telling you is that so far we've found this scale to be valid and reliable and actually to produce positive outcomes for students. I could have just said that without showing you all this. Anyway, I'm highlighting we've got that. I'm going to just briefly talk to you about the relationship between this and identity, which is where this research comes in. And I'm probably already running out of time because I also like to talk. I'm going to go fast. The bit of research that I did is based on this idea that when group identities are recognized and there is a greater valuing of identity positions. And the way that I've conceptualized those identity positions is as national identity and ethnic identity. So in school contexts that support intercultural learning, in which there's higher levels of normative multiculturalism, we might find that that people have higher endorsement of identities, ethnic and national identity. And this is some of the research that I drew upon. I'm not going to be able to go into that in a lot of detail, but basically there's no research so far that consolidates this. Do perceptions of multiculturalism influence cultural identities? But there is some that say that it influences the way that identities are managed through alternating strategy and hybridizing strategies. So I asked the question, is it associated? Is it? Because I really don't know what to say here, with stronger identity and national identity among students, and whether or not you're a migrant or non-migrant background, does that moderate the associations? So I'm going to get into the results now because I think they're really interesting and confusing. Yep. I can definitely do it in 5 minutes. Okay, so there were 177 students from Australian University of St Paul in November 2021. I want to highlight that, yes, I know this is at around the end of COVID times in Australia. And I looked at the international student enrollments across this time. They actually weirdly stayed relatively stable. And so they reduced from something like 22% in 2018-19 to 17% in 2021. And now they've increased again. So, and also very weirdly enough, that there are now more in 2021, the proportion of international students as terms of it in change, there are more international students than domestic students. So there's some interesting things going on, reductions in domestic students, but also smaller numbers of international students, where they're becoming a higher proportion. So there's something interesting happening in Australian universities in terms of diversity. They were predominantly female, as we would expect, unfortunately, by a sample in that way. They were about half and half, migrant and non-migrant background. And you'll see how I asked that question. I asked the question, were you born overseas to a migrant or refugee parent? I also differentiated those. Or born in Australia with at least one parent born overseas. And you can see the difference there. So with a bigger sample, I think we might get some really interesting differences. And I use a modified version of ethnic identity, which focuses on pride and belonging, and parallel, but with reduction in one item for national identity. So it's like cognitive elements of identity here. What did I find? So these are just basic means, and you've got here the migrant and the non-migrant means here for multicultural ideology, policies and practices and context, national identity and ethnic identity, and the correlations here. So we find that the three factors of normative multiculturalism are strongly correlated with one another. We don't always find that to be the case, but we definitely did here. That means they are related. We also find that multicultural ideology is positively but weakly related to national identity and to ethnic identity. Multicultural policies and practices, again, positively, relatively weakly for national identity, a little bit more strongly for ethnic identity. Contact is not. And also here, I will highlight the correlation, the positive correlation between national and ethnic identity, which I probably won't be able to go into a whole lot of detail. So what we're getting is kind of expected relationships in terms of national identity. Higher means for, I didn't test the significance here because I haven't validated like we've done in variant testing, and lower levels of ethnic identity. Okay, getting to the most important part, running through. Does it predict national identity is the question. Well, multicultural policies and practices do. Multicultural policies and practices have a positive main effect on national identity, and non-migrants have a higher national identity. It's as expected, but this one's interesting because the other ones don't come out. There are no interaction effects because we also did the moderation by form, elements, and migrant status. And age, the older you are, the stronger your national identity. Anyone who knows Australia knows why this is the case, right? Yeah, I'm getting some nods. Anyone who's not may ask me a question about that later. Ethnic identity says something very interesting. Getting to that. Ethnic identity does have some moderating effects. So I'm not going to talk so much about this effect right here. I'm going to be talking about the final model, but we'll highlight that multicultural policies and practices is significant, as is migrant status. But what's more interesting is the moderation. So the moderations here are between multicultural ideology and migrant status, and between policies and practices and migrant status. Oh. Let's get into it. This one makes good sense to me. This one here says that as multicultural policies and practices, perceptions of them increase, that there's a greater association to ethnic identity for migrant students, but not for non-migrant students. This is kind of what we would expect. It's having positive impacts for them in terms of the ethnic identity. So we go to the not so obvious one now, which is this one. Okay, as ideology, as perceptions of ideology increase, for migrant students, ethnic identity decreases significantly. And it has the opposite effect on non-migrants, to which they come to a point where they're kind of moderate in terms of their ethnic identity, both groups. I'm going to tell you why I think this might be the case, but I'm really open and interested about suggestions. The reason why, for those who don't do ethnic identity research, the reason why this is interesting is because we think of ethnic identity as a really positive outcome that leads to a whole variety of other really positive outcomes. So is this worrying or not, is my question. And I don't think it is. I think it's interesting. And maybe say something about superordinate identities, maybe. Anyway, that's my little sneak into what I think might be the interesting part of it. So this is just an overview, a summary of the findings, and I just kind of want to just very briefly highlight. I don't think the sample was powerful enough for us to detect some of the differences, which might be there, and there was a non-significant trend of contact on national identity, which is also fascinating. Okay, why do I think this is? Well, the concept of ethnic as compared to national identity for non-migrant, which I call majority students, is really interesting. So I also asked them to list their ethnicity in free form, and those students listed their ethnicity with the exception of 3 of the non-migrant students as white, or white Australian, or as Caucasian. That's how they identified them, their ethnicity. Whereas those who were in the migrant group had a whole variety of identities. I taught for a long time in Australia, and I would say that for many students, talking about their identity, their national and ethnic identities are super interrelated for white Australians. And it can be very difficult for them to articulate and differentiate that. And I did in this research. I forced them to. So there's something interesting to say about what that means, because when you ask about national identity, they may also be thinking that it's about the ethnic identity, even though the questions were different. So we force them to think in a very specific way. I also wanted to say it's a really small, one of the limitations is a small diverse sample of the first and second generation, and we didn't disentangle the international students from that because that was less of a part of the research. I really think it's important for having come to the end of this to think about the clusters of these variables and how they work together, because ethnic and national identity were strongly associated with one another. And I didn't pull out those associations and test the difference in the strength of the correlation, but they're associated. And there's something interesting to see about whether patterns of normative multiculturalism, ethnic and national identity fit together. And the last thing I'm going to kind of leave you with, because this for me is, and it's a big question mark for me, is about that reductions in the association with reduced ethnic identity. Is there optimal levels of distinctiveness in these multicultural contexts for minority students, whereby that reduction in salience of ethnic identity creates greater sense of belonging to the university environment? I'm not saying that that's the case for all environments, but is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? Is kind of what I want to know. And in the sense, like, okay, if we're increasing national identity and we're decreasing ethnic identity, I don't think it necessarily means that we are getting to a place of non-integration. So I leave you all with that quizzical experience. Tell me, I really want to know. We're not, and maybe this lends itself to more complex modeling, and definitely lends itself to bigger samples. So I did want to leave by saying that I do think that normative multicultural perceptions are important for the way that we identify ourselves, whether or not those identification processes are as simple as what I could model here. I'm not so sure about that one. Thank you all so much. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh, okay.
There was meant to be a flow of the presentations, moving from Jamie's introduction of normative multiculturalism and looking at identity onto the next presentation that I will do, which examines that framework with Indigenous people. Okay, so what I'd like to look at today is Indigenous perspectives on multiculturalism. And the final talk that Andre will be doing is we'll be changing the perspective on multiculturalism, looking at enculturalism, which is an individual difference framework for examining, all of which feeds into the many faces of multiculturalism. So this is what I'd like to do today. Make the point that multiculturalism means different things to different people. Look at the framework that we have used in what I call WASP psychology, which is Western academic scientific psychology, grounded in political acculturation and social psych, and then explore that framework with Indigenous peoples, in this case being Māori and Aotearoa, New Zealand. So, multiculturalism is a beast. I mean, people can't agree, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it helpful? Is it harmful? Whether we're talking about it in everyday discourse, whether we're talking about it in a political arena, or whether we're talking about it as scholars from different social science backgrounds. It is controversial, it's contested, and in many ways, there's very little agreement about its defining features and its positive and negative outcomes. But the framework that we have adopted has been inspired by work by John Barry in Canada, which was the first country to adopt the Multiculturalism Act. And John makes the point that diversity, cultural diversity, is a prerequisite, but it's not sufficient to define a multicultural society. And a multicultural society has three core elements: multicultural contact, so that the different ethnic and cultural groups are interacting with each other rather than leading parallel lives; multicultural ideology, which is a valuing and appreciation of diversity; and multicultural policies and practices that acknowledge that value and support the diversity and accommodate it. So the overall goals, if you will, of multiculturalism in this framework is to ensure and protect cultural maintenance so that every group can retain their cultural heritage, but also that they participate or have the opportunity to participate in the wider society in an equitable way. And there's lots of research on that multicultural framework, none of which has included really Indigenous people. We have 476 million Indigenous peoples across the world, and many of them are living in post-colonial societies. We don't know what multiculturalism means to them. We don't know how they perceive multiculturalism has affected them. And the research that scholars are doing around the world on multiculturalism, which they've been doing primarily in relation to immigrant diaspora populations, well, that's sort of ironic when multiculturalism is unfolding in the native lands of people who haven't really been consulted about these issues. So what we attempted to do, this is part of a larger project. We want to draw on Mātauranga Māori or Māori knowledge, hear Māori voices, and we want to explore their perspectives on the meaning and nature of multiculturalism, what its consequences are, and also their recommendations for how we would manage cultural diversity in Aotearoa. And a secondary question is this WASP framework of multiculturalism, is it compatible with a Māori or an Indigenous perspective? As I mentioned, this is part of a larger project, and this is just one little part. Those of you who were here earlier would have heard Anna talk about another part, which was the free listing study on multiculturalism. Now, the New Zealand context, this slide doesn't do justice to the New Zealand context, in particular the importance of our Treaty of Waitangi, which was an agreement between the British colonizers and the Indigenous Māori population. It's contested, it's been dishonored. There are even two different language versions which say two different things. So it's very controversial, but we do have principles derived from the treaty which guide our current interactions in New Zealand. So because of our treaty, we have been historically considered a bicultural country. Now, New Zealand never just had two cultures, but that's the term that had been used to reflect the partnership between Indigenous Māori and everybody else in Aotearoa. The thing about New Zealand right now is we have a very high level of immigration, where more than 1 in every 4 people were born overseas. And you can see the ethnic background here. The majority are of European descent, about 17% Māori, Asian population close and rising, Pacific peoples as well. As is unfortunately the case with many Indigenous peoples around the world, Māori are disadvantaged on pretty much every indicator, be it economic or social or health. So despite being, or perhaps because of being the indigenous people who were colonized, they are still suffering from the historical trauma and current. Now, this particular piece of research was based on a sample of 6 focus groups where the participants were predominantly female, a wide age range from 18 to 72. Most of them had multiple tribal or iwi affiliations, and we had a very wide selection or cross-section of iwi affiliations in this sample. We conducted 6 hui across the country, both in urban and rural areas. All of the sessions were co-facilitated with 2 or 3 facilitators as listed here. There was always 1 and sometimes 2 Māori co-facilitators for the hui. The focus groups were videotaped, transcribed, and that gave us our database. Now, I'll just mention here, I'm only going to talk about one part of the data collected in these focus groups because the bulk of this study was giving opportunities for Māori to just speak about what is multiculturalism to you, what is it like in the experience of your everyday life, how would you see it, how would you like to see it look in New Zealand? But after that, at the very end of the sessions, we asked these 3 specific questions about the framework that we had been using with other groups. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. The questions being considering both Māori and non-Māori in Aotearoa today and thinking about the future. To what extent would you like to see or think it's important that we have? And as you can see from the questions, the items tap contact, ideology, and policies and practices. So we subjected the data here to content analysis. We did both basic and qualitative. The basic being a quantitative method for analyzing the text. And the first question really was, to what extent do they endorse or not the importance of multicultural contact, ideology, policies, and practices? And then once we were able to code for or against, we then looked at the reasons. And so here we used qualitative content analysis, systematically looking at the text, adopting a more inductive approach to look at emerging themes. So we wanted to ask the question, what are the bases for support or opposition to these 3 facets of multiculturalism? And what we found. Okay, looking first at multicultural ideology. Uniformly, our participants endorse the importance of valuing diversity. Absolutely uniformly. And I'll just say as an aside, there's also research in New Zealand from the Social Survey and in Australia from a very large national survey that the Indigenous peoples tend to value diversity more than the Western white majority in these countries. Why did they think it was important? It promotes resilience. There's intrinsic value in every culture. And it's the idea of appreciating diversity is consistent with many Māori values. So here, I'm not going to read these to you. You'll be able to look at them yourself. But you can see that these convey the idea that one's culture and identity is a very important part of who you are. It is conducive to better well-being. And also it's very Māori to appreciate this diversity and extend love and care to everyone. So there's, like I said, the total endorsement, uniform endorsement of the importance of multicultural ideology. Not so true for contact. There's pretty much a split down the middle. So on one hand, we find that it's recognized that multicultural contact can bring or increase intercultural knowledge. It can be an opportunity for community building, and again, consistent with Māori values, particularly Manaki Tanga, the idea again of caring for, looking after people, being hospitable. Opposition, well, contact was seen as a threat to cultural authenticity and seen in relationship to or as akin to colonization. Sort of like, well, we tried contact before and look what that got us kind of idea. And finally, although this was less apparent, it was seen in a way as abnormal. It was like contrary to the similarity attractive hypothesis that we use in social psychology. It's natural to like people who are like us rather than other people who aren't. So here you have some examples about values of multicultural contact, community building versus bringing the groups together in terms of issues that are important to them. This example is about environmental issues, and again, consistent with Māori values. But it's not all roses in terms of what multicultural contact can bring. And as you can see here, it's also seen as a threat to cultural preservation and authenticity, akin to colonization. As I mentioned before, the idea that contact and interactions with other groups who are different, it's almost unnatural. So the idea here really conveys to our own group, we can save our culture. It will remain our culture. It will remain authentic. It won't be contaminated by other cultural influences. Finally, multicultural policies and practices. The percentage breakdown here isn't as nuanced as it needs to be, in that, yes, there were a slight majority who thought it was important, but there were a lot of conditions placed on it. So it was kind of, yes, policy, but. And so what you see is, yes, there were some responses that conveyed a generic need for policies, but more often it was like, yes, multicultural policies and practices if it doesn't undermine biculturalism, if Māori have a voice in making those policies, if the policies are practical and can actually be implemented, and if the policymakers are accountable. On the other hand, you see that the opposition comes in the form of, why have policies? Because they don't work. They're all ineffective. They're just a bunch of rhetoric and talk. Policies potentially undermined by cultural or Māori priorities. Policies are problematic because other cultural groups think certain cultural groups are getting preferential treatment, or policies are just symbolic and politically correct tokenism. So on the positive side, yes, there's always a need to have policies, but also you see here conditional support, because those policies have to be informed by the right voices. This first quote, as long as we're addressing the need and have the right voices at the table, the quote is a fabulous quote. It goes on to say, because if we're not at the table, we're on the table. So again, so the conditional support, the importance of protecting the bicultural partnership in Aotearoa, and that, you know, these policies can be implemented, can be audited. Policymakers need to be accountable. In terms of opposition, some examples, it's ineffective. It undermines the prioritizing of biculturalism. So here you see, no, don't think it's a good idea, wouldn't support that. this idea of perceptions of preferential treatment. There are certain groups in New Zealand, particularly white middle-aged men, who think everybody's white middle-aged men and we're all the same. And so that if you fold an ethnic or cultural consideration into something like healthcare, like prioritizing vaccinations for certain groups who are more likely to die from COVID, they think that's preferential treatment. So it creates this big hoo-ha. And I think Māori and Pacific peoples in New Zealand, and particularly with our current government, relatively newly elected, they see that as preferential treatment, and it creates a bit of a argy-bargy. On the other hand, politically correct tokenism like PC gone mad. So in summary, the contemporary definitions of multiculturalism that we have used that are grounded in social, political, and acculturation psychology, which, by the way, in our work with migrants and majority groups have found that these three dimensions are associated with positive social outcomes, like better intergroup relations and greater social cohesion, and better psychological outcomes, like higher levels of psychological well-being. That framework isn't particularly appropriate for applying to or working with Māori. So what we've done here, we have taken an etic approach to explore if a framework that is derived in a different cultural context might be appropriate for our Indigenous peoples in Aotearoa. And the answer is not really. And where we're going from there is we're going to create, hopefully, a Māori-centric measurement of multiculturalism, and then undertake the same types of research. So thank you very much. As I said, we're going to hold questions to the end, and it's my pleasure to briefly introduce Dr. Andre Pertiwi, who will talk to us about his model of end culturalism.
Thank you. Sorry, a little bit of a technical. I must admit, I almost missed this presentation. the logistic gymnastics to get here was ridiculous. Anyway, so I'm Andre Pertiwi, and my colleague is Dr. Charlene Garuda. And this paper, it's a conceptual paper. And I should mention that the paper and the manuscript was written in a co-creation process. So when I had the idea, I went to Charlene, and basically I said, I have this idea. What do you think? And we talked to it. And as an Aboriginal person, she agreed that it's appropriate, right? So I will start the presentation with an acknowledgement of the Balinese people. As an end culture and one who lives in Garuda, I request to enter the land of the Garuda people. And I know some of you thinking, what the heck are you doing? Okay, so that sound right there is, oops, sorry. So that sound right there is very similar to this full of roar sound, which is used in Australian Aboriginal culture as an instrument for communication, but it's also an instrument that is used for traditional purposes. I can't use that instrument because I'm not Aboriginal, but it makes a very similar sound, and other societies use that sound to communicate, with other people. Okay. The bottom. So anyway, so that sound is used to communicate with other people, and specifically when entering another region's land, to signal interest. Okay, and if you know a little bit about war, it doesn't make sense to actually signal your interest here. So we come in peace is in essence the message. All right. Cool. All right. You hear it again. All right. But you get the idea. All right. So the rationale for this presentation is really not to gratuitously but notions or identity. It is to actually think about the idea of a proud people, such as the Aboriginal, Apathy, Algonquin, Bali, and people of the U.S., Australia, Canada, and Indonesia to remain a way to acknowledge their culture. And I want to present an intercultural theory in a way. It's a theory, again, it's a conceptual theory, you all agree or disagree, but it enables people to look at culture in a non-adversarial way, in my view. So that's the lens I want to present for this paper. So I've put up two quotes there from Ken Wyatt, which is an Aboriginal Australian, and also Miles Richardson from the Haida Nation of Canada. And the quote basically suggests that as Aboriginal people, they've always been resilient, right? And they have this vision for the future. And Miles basically says that in business and in our community, if we're going to move forward, we need to do things that reflect Aboriginal points of view and viewpoints. Views basically. So, and it points to a pervasive issue, in my view, that and a question. So how do Indigenous people reconcile this historical displacement and current displacement, for example, to participate in mainstream society and to some extent identify or even internalize mainstream society, right? In a society that is often racist, for example. So I want to present in a way to acknowledge Aboriginal people by presenting the present day challenges that they face at the moment, right? So in reality, we know that most Aboriginal people live in a society with mainstream society that is either past colonizers or, or descended of former colonizers, for example. So that impacts the way people live in a way, right? So one of the impacts, for example, is that some, not all, become strangers in their own in their own country. Okay, we heard a presentation earlier by Hector where Maori adolescents don't know about Maori history, right? And so in a way, to some degree, they are strangers in their own land and they're strangers to their own culture, for example. So a lot of that is from lost knowledge. And again, some Aboriginal cultures have completely lost their culture, and to be able to regain that is actually difficult. Okay, and I want to present that as an idea, as a thought. Then how do they regain that knowledge, for example? Okay, and the other thing here is that because of that displacement, there's changes in their identity. Okay, and one of the identities that's been said that Aboriginal people now have is a diasporic identity. Now, I'm not saying that with modernity, for example, right, that might not have occurred. That is that people migrate from region to region, migrate from country to country, for example. That might have occurred despite colonization, okay? But what we do know is that a lot do have to manage this dual identity or multiple identities to some degree, right? So the question is, how do they do that, and how can they do that? Because again, most of us in this room know this table or 2x2 matrix and the various bi-dimensional model, right? But again, the question is, how do Aboriginal versus Indigenous people identify or even internalize mainstream society, right? Most of them don't want to, and for obvious reasons, right? And these are some challenges that they are actually facing at the moment as well, right? So a number of challenges apart from not wanting to is really the notion of internalized racism, right? Where the stereotypes that they've been, I guess, placed or given, they almost internalize that stereotype, right? Some of us already know this research where if you're told all the time you don't have academic ability, for example, then you do poorly, right? Charlene, when she did her PhD, that was one of what her professors told her, and she just basically said, "Stuff you." Anyway, so and again, I think the other sort of challenge, which I think is even more challenging, is this from their own community, right? So if you are successful, if you are able to internalize or even identify or internalize mainstream culture, then your own community labels you as being whitewashed, for example. Again, we know some of these terms, like the palm apple, bananas, cookies, coconuts, and Oreos type of thing, right? So your own community also holds you back in a way, right? So again, I think in some ways, these present day displacement and challenges make it difficult for Aboriginal people and First Indigenous people, for example, to take part in mainstream society, right? So what I think what's interesting here, the research and literature also shows that for Aboriginal people to accept mainstream society, to some degree, there needs to be a societal perspective that the society is inclusive, right? And that helps. And that's what the literature suggests. So Stonefish and Quanti's found basically in First Nations Canadian people that they're able to do that, right? But one of the things that is important is that the people have to think or have to view that the mainstream of society have something to offer that they afford utility. Basically, there's a practical element in actually identifying and internalizing with mainstream society, okay? And again, the point here is basically that non-Indigenous cultural values can be is viewed as being salient, meaningful, and useful for Aboriginal people. Okay, and again, that finding right there from Stonefish and Quanti's to some degree corroborate the early view by Lefebvre, basically that people can maintain multiple cultures simultaneously, for example. So again, an example of an Australian Aboriginal person is one that identifies as a proud saltwater Garigal Awakal Darukin Wirayuri woman. And this woman chooses to live to be part of main society because she sees it as a way to change the future for Aboriginal people, right? So that's the way. So, and again, I think that what's interesting here is I want to introduce this idea that there's a pragmatic utility in maintaining or being part of mainstream society in the sense that there's knowledge to be gained, and that knowledge has utility for Aboriginal people, okay? So the theory that I'm using to drive that idea is Hopfall conservation resources, which some of you are familiar with. But the idea really that knowledge is a resource that can be gained through investment, replacement, or substitution. So to some degree, if you've lost that culture, right, then you might be able to gain it by some time of substitution, for example. Thank you. All right. So, and in a way, the point there here is if we can gain knowledge through either replacement or substitution, then we can gain that knowledge and internalize mainstream culture or even, right, the lost Aboriginal culture without diminishing our own identities at the moment, whatever that is, okay? So again, just the diagrammatical idea about the orthogonality of knowledge is that you can have, low knowledge of Indigenous culture all the way to multiple knowledges of Indigenous culture, and also no knowledge of other culture plus other knowledge of other cultures, for example, okay? So again, just to summarize here, basically, if we think about knowledge as ways of doing things, sociologists and social psychologists view cultures as almost toolkits, right, to solve problems in particular cultures. So we do view cultures in that way, really the cultures that we've lost or trying to identify with. I think it's useful to view it as a resource, as a tool in a way, right, that we can use to participate in mainstream society, right, just starting with identification and maybe not internalizing at first, but in the future, that can develop. So in a way, it's a two-way learning process between first indigenous and non-indigenous cultures. I think I'm on time. Thank you.
I've been permitted to allow 1 or 2 questions. And I know if Katya is still here, she must be gone. She had one for Jamie, but I don't see her now. Oh, are there any questions for the speakers? Oh, Mika.
Well, thank you for pointing out how bad these universities are. I want to find out when you say the policy, multicultural policy, what was involved? And that is one question. Another question for you and Andre is, we understand that the indigenous as well as all other minority groups want to retain their own identity and their own culture, but also want to somehow integrate, but there's a confusion. I think they don't have the tools. So, or the systems, policies are not there. So what is the way forward? What is the way forward? Where do we go from here?
Want to go ahead?
Yeah, just to quickly say, as I mentioned already, the measure that I used was quite different from the normative multicultural society measure. So there are 4 items for this particular one in terms of are there policies for the university in the way that they deal with cultural diversity, but also about encouragement to learn about different cultures within the teaching and learning setting. So I've got all of the items here, but there were many about practices of teaching and learning and being put into group work, but also about university politics.
Andre?
So yeah, good question. The way forward, that's always going to be contentious, as Colleen's research have shown, and Anna's research previously. So if you ask people about multiculturalism, there's some who are going to think that it's very negative for Aboriginal people, and some that think it's positive. So, but I guess in a way, policies is starting, because other research suggests that Aboriginal people, if they see the policy there's an affirmation that there's a way forward for some, right? So almost 50-50, I guess, in a way, in terms of who views it as positive or negative. But in the absence of policies, we will have that won't change. Sorry.
I'm not going to answer that question. Well, no, because I think I can but only be a conduit for Indigenous voices. And I don't have enough knowledge and information to pass that on, pass their voices on. So that's why I'm going to take a pass on that. Very good question. Pavel had a question, I think.
Thanks. If I understood you well, Colleen, that let's say the WASP approach to multiculturalism and the Aboriginal one with Maoris, to some extent they are similar in terms that ideology is okay, but to some extent they are in conflict in this sense that the WASP approach would rather recommend that it's support for maintenance of local culture or indigenous cultures, whereas for some at least of your respondents, that would be a kind of threat. So how is it that that in practice, the practical aspect of this presents such a potential conflict, or could it be amended somehow by well, introducing or integrating the two separate positions on that? That is reconciling them to some extent. I think it is very interesting because again, you presented the situation in your country, which is interesting and important. For instance, in Europe, it is quite different. We don't almost have ethnic, aboriginal or ethnic, small ethnic groups. And multiculturalism or interculturalism has to do mainly with immigrants and the locals, local Europeans, or sometimes between European nations. So this approach or this position of how to incorporate the ethnic, indigenous ethnic group is important. And to the first presenter, I think would be also interesting to present maybe next time or in another occasion the situation of international students in countries like mainly Anglophone, where students come and study in the language which is the language of the land, and in many European countries, rather smaller ones, international students study in English, but English is not the language of the country. So this is a much more complex situation. I will have no time to go into this. But what struck me also is that you use so often ethnic and national identity. I think it's also theoretically grounded that it's better to talk about bicultural identities, because many international students they're not necessarily ethnic. They may have passports from two countries, so they are binational, or I should better say bicultural. And you say national identity and ethnic, usually national is above ethnic. I would say that's this kind of position. When you are saying about bicultural, there is no dominance.
Thank you for your comments, Pavel. And I'm just going to allow Zainab the last question, and then we're going to finish up. Zainab.
And Andres' last sentence there, the point there, two-way learning process. I was wondering, and this is extremely important, I think. I was wondering how, multiculturalism, not multiculturalism, but, international students in higher education are perceived as as a source to learn from, because I just took a picture of your slide, Jamie, and it says, that the aim of internationalization is to cater and support them, eradicate bias and highlight diverse forms of expressions and what have you. But nowhere does it say that, importance of learning from them. So I was just wondering.
Thank you so much for that comment, Ben. And thank you as well for the discussion of biculturalism, which I won't get into because it is a bit more complicated, particularly in the Australian environment. So I want to say that this is quite poorly done in terms of the learning and the learning from element of it. And one of probably the best things that Australian universities are doing at the moment is integrating Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Indigenous cultural concepts, but there is very little intercultural learning within that space, and there definitely is very little space for students, I would say most universities, to actually talk about their own cultural backgrounds. It took me 4 years to introduce a course on psychological perspectives on cultural diversity within psychology. into my university where that didn't exist. And that is not just a celebration, but it's a learning from and a discussion of what does identity mean. So in that course, it was the very first time that the white Australians in the room had actually understood that they had a culture from most points of view, let alone learning about other people's culture or their own history. I was saying to Colleen earlier that me, a New Zealander, taught a majority classroom that there were indeed Cronulla riots. And I'm not sure if many of you know that, but this is a very important issue within Australia that most students do not know. So I'd say that when I talk about Australia, the intercultural learning, poorly done. And I do want to say and really acknowledge that there does actually also in Australia need to start with Aboriginal and Indigenous learning first and foremost, and that needs to be prioritised, and it is not. So and across these two symposia, I want to say the tensions here between who is represented and how is represented, we really need to work on that within educational environments or otherwise. And it shouldn't be one or the other. It should be how do we bring this in, because we also, maybe it's better done, but also not, I am Pākehā, but better done for Pākehā who seem to know that they have a little bit more of an understanding that they have a culture and therefore can have the ability to learn. So yeah, that's one thing that we're probably missing more broadly in the internationalization literature, but it's definitely missing in practice.
Conclude the session. Thanks so much for joining us.
Okay, I would kindly remind you guys that the lunch is in the same place as yesterday, and you can have your lunch now. Thank you.
representing a team of researchers from the Center for Indigenous and Cultural Psychology at the Universitas Gadjah Mada in Yogyakarta. But also we collaborate with Kobe University and an NGO called Cerdas Antisipasi Bencana, supported by American Red Cross through their Global Disaster Preparedness Center grant. So I'll be sharing about our research on early warning and early action for persons with disabilities. Lesson learned from two very local communities in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. So if you notice, the title of the presentation is Ketok Tular. So Ketok Tular is actually a Javanese expression. In English, we call word of mouth. So it is about communication that embodies certain values, ensuring that the recipient of the communication understand the message, receive it positively, and also take it seriously. So why we chose this expression as the title of our presentation, because it encapsulates the findings that we found from this research. So first, as the background, it's not new information that persons with disabilities are among the most at risk to become victims in disasters. There has been a lot of research from the past 15 years also showing that data from big disaster from Japan, from Turkey, from other countries in America, and also Asia. Asia and the Pacific, in fact, is the most disaster risk region in the world. It is also repeatedly and argued that having access to early warning system could help persons with disabilities to evacuate early ahead of disaster, particularly when the disaster can be predicted, for example, like tsunami as well as volcanic eruptions. So it is necessary for persons with disability to have this access. However, the data from the United Nations surveys on disability and disaster shows that 56% of persons with disabilities not being aware of disaster risk information. When available, these are not accessible. So no access at all, 44%, or partially available in terms of disaster information and early warning. So there's a gap in regarding knowledge or understanding how persons with disabilities been able to access disaster information and use that information to be able to act early to evacuate themselves and be safe in times of disasters. So our research addressed two things. First, we would like to know how inclusive early warning system at the moment and how these have been accommodating the needs of persons with disabilities. And also, we would like to identify what resource needed for persons with disabilities to be able to evacuate in disasters. So we use participatory mixed method design. So we have two components. First, the component one is we review current accessibility facilities on disaster early warning system. We use instruments from the United Nations disaster risk detection. So we did adaptation of the review instruments and also we did spatial analysis. And then for the component two, we did household survey, visiting the houses of persons with disabilities and have interview with them using questionnaires, but also photo elicitation method. And in this process, why we call participatory, because persons with disabilities were involved in all aspects of the research. So they involved in the adaptation and development of the questionnaires, and then they themselves become the data collectors or enumerators in this survey, and they also involved in the data analysis process. So here are the method, the participatory research. We adopted a quasi-mentoring approach. So first we train persons with disabilities to become enumerators or data collectors. And then we have built practices where they practice using the questionnaires, and we provide mentoring whether they have done and administered the questionnaire correctly or not. And then in the end, they then go to the field and collect the data. So in this research, we have 17 data core researchers. So from these 17 people, there are 8 persons with disabilities involved as core researchers. These are the data collection process when we visited the houses of the participants. And these are where we did the briefing and monitoring of our core researchers when they went to the field. And these are when they involved in the data analysis process. So the study locations, perhaps I'm not sure how many of you have been visited Yogyakarta before, but there is in Indonesia a very well-known volcano named Mount Merapi, which has a regular eruption phase. So usually every 5 years, and it is known as the one of the most active volcanoes in the world. So in this location, we took 2 villages located near the Mount Merapi, or the peak of the volcano. So one is the Desa Wonokerto, located just within 7 kilometers of the peak, and Merdikorejo is located around 10 kilometers from the Merapi volcano. Now we have 182 respondents of persons with disabilities become participants in this research. 102 from Wonokerto village and 80 from Merdikorejo village. When you see the demographic of the participants from the age, pre-elderly is the majority of the participants, 42%, and then adult 31%, and elderly 29%. Gender dominated by male, and if you see the disability type, it is dominated with physical disabilities, and then we also have mental disabilities, intellectual disabilities, sensory disability, including those who have visual and also auditory impairment, and multiple disabilities, individuals who have more than one type of disability. And then in terms of the socioeconomic or employment status, majority are unemployed, 73%, and also no records of educations because probably they don't have that educations yet, and then the marriage status. Since I only have 5 minutes more, then I'll just skip to the result. So our first finding is diverse understanding of early warning. So when we ask them what do they know about early warning system, they say that, oh, this is a sign of nature, or usually they receive it from mobile phone or siren, or the majority of them say that word of mouth or the ketok tular that I mentioned before. And there's no standard of early warning system in the community, so it is needed by the early warning system to include community understanding. So the technology itself is not enough, but how to make the message understood by the people, especially in the local community. And then ways persons with disability recognize the signs of the Merapi volcano. Majority is from ketok tular, so it's not that they directly receive from the SMS message or from siren, but this was relayed by volunteers or their neighbors that help them to communicate to persons with disabilities. The other way that they understand this warning system is through observing natural signs. So usually there is this belief that when the animals going down from the volcano, that there is a sign that the volcano might erupt. So those kind of signs. And then the least ways or least mentioned was the technology. So they learn from television, radio, social media, etc. So we in the questionnaire that we administered, the highlights of it is 64% receive early warning signs. This is a good news. But again, this was not from a primary source, not from the technology themselves, but a lot of this information coming from community leaders and volunteers. Yeah. So 3 main early warning systems that play a role: social system and respondents, government, and also the media. And then disaster perception and knowledge show this is quite a good news that most of the participant has 84% of them are aware the risk of living near the Merapi volcano. However, there is still 16% of respondents that doesn't understand the risk of living near Merapi, on Merapi. And then capacity of early evacuations. So factors affecting how persons with disability can act early to evacuate in terms of disaster is vehicle or accessible transportation, community and family supports, warning, self-preparedness, including emotional factors, how they can manage fear, anxiety, and also other needs, and then external assistance. So challenges include, so even though there's this kind of needs, not all of them were provided. So inaccessible transportation, for example, inadequate infrastructure and in other environmental factors. So this is an example of the photo elicitation. So we asked them to take picture on the memories that from the last eruption in 2010. So this is an example of what do you call this in bed, yeah? Except they took a picture of bed and then they said that at that time they were just staying in the house, hiding under those beds because no one came and saved them, especially because persons with disabilities were being forgotten in terms of the eruptions. So these are the expectation of ideal evacuation for persons with disabilities. There are a lot of factors. And then participations. So majority of persons with disabilities were not involved in early warning and evacuation socialization. So it will influence their capacity in this process. So gap analysis, staggering lack of government assistance, particularly social protection and cash assistance. So you can see a lot of yellow color here. It means that these assistance were not provided. So partial availability of social and community networks to support persons with disabilities, and accessible information largely unavailable when needed. Yeah, a lot of yellow line there as well. Interestingly, strong availability of support from caregiver, adequate evacuation infrastructure, and so I think these are different themes or different sectors in the gap analysis. I'll just perhaps skip to the conclusion since I only have 1 minute left. So these are the reflection from our enumerators from persons with disabilities themselves. So when we have persons with disabilities themselves as the data collectors, we successfully reach invisible or persons with disabilities who are being hidden in the community. So it is different when the one who approaches persons with disabilities are non-disabled person compared to if the one who approaches them are persons with disabilities themselves. Even though there are still some challenges, for example, data on disability sometimes is not accurate, yeah. So they need to verify that. There are also communication barriers with participants as well. So what can we conclude from this finding so far is that there is a substantial deficiencies in the accessibility of early warning. Persons with disabilities are struggles to access and understand early warning messages. However, there's a good news that social network, including family, neighbors, and local volunteers, help them and plays a vital role to help persons with disability accessing this information. However, there's a lack of government assistance and social protection, especially if we want to ensure the well-being of persons with disabilities during evacuations. And often, this infrastructure for evacuation is also inadequate for persons with disabilities. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Agata Błachnio from Catholic University of Lublin in Poland. And today I want to present the study that we conducted with our international team, the study on the style of the response of cyberbullying bystanders. Nowadays, we can say that cyberbullying is a global epidemic and is defined as an aggressive intentional act carried out by a group of individuals using electronic forms of contact repeatedly and over time against a victim who cannot easily defend that. We can cyberbullying can be studied from three perspectives. From perspective of an aggressor, from perspective of a victim, and from perspective of cyber bystander. Statistics indicate that 50 to 80% of young people have witnessed violence on the internet, and literature indicates that there are three ways of reaction. First, it is no reaction. Second is constructive reaction, assertive behavior, whose aim is to make the perpetrator stop their action. For example, telling them that they are doing the wrong thing, or providing emotional support to the victim. For example, telling the victim not to take personally what the cyber aggressor wrote, or saying that it isn't true. And third reaction, any aggressive reaction directed against the cyber aggressor as retaliation for the use of violence. For example, calling the perpetrator name. Research indicates that in 80% of situations of cyberbullying, people don't react. But when they do something, they can stop bullying more than 5 times. Today I want to present our findings in how people could take action to react in situations of cyberbullying. In our model, we included religiosity and self-construal. Religiosity in terms of centrality, for example, the importance of religion for the person, and self-construal from self-construal theory concerning the independence and interdependence of the self and the other. In our study, more than 5,000 people took part from 14 countries. We used the styles of bystander intervention scale, Singeris scale, and the centrality of the religiosity scale. It is worth to underline that we obtain the metric invariance for the two methods, the styles of bystander intervention style and the centrality of religiosity scale. So we can compare correlation. But for the single scale, we obtain a metric invariance only for the three subscales, namely relational independence, low context, and uniqueness. We perform multi-level mediation using MLM. We tested two models. First model for constructive style and a second model for aggressive style. We found that religious people are likely to respond constructively to cyberbullying. Religious people are more focused on their own beliefs, independent on the context, but seeking to maintain harmony. Therefore, they are more likely to react when they witness violence and react constructively. We also found that religious people may also react aggressively to cyberbullying. This effect is rather weak. It consists of two processes. One illustrated the mechanism by which religiosity prevents violent behavior. The other illustrated the mechanism by which religiosity can foster aggressive reactions. Religious people are more context independent, which may favor aggressive reaction. However, religious people value harmony with others, which is a protective factor against aggressive behavior. It could also be said that the direct link between religiosity and the way people respond suggests that religiosity is more strongly associated with constructive and aggressive responding, although religious people are more independent than interdependent. They value harmony with others. This makes them responsive and even constructive to observed online violence. Religiosity is positively rated to taking action while witnessing cyberbullying. Low context is positively rated to both sides of bystanders, namely constructive and aggressive. Relational interdependence is positively related to constructive style, while negatively to aggressive style. People for whom harmony and relationships in the group is important more often choose constructive and aggressive style in situation of being witness of cyberbullying. This is an important result. It may indicate that traits should be what traits should be strengthened so that young people choose more constructive methods as witness of cyberbullying. I present today only a part from our big project that includes more than 50 countries, and the detailed results we will present in the future papers. In the end, I have for you take-home message. Bystanders can potentially mitigate the effect of cyberbullying by intervening in situations by witness. Take action. If you see someone being cyberbullied, your action matters. It may prevent from it may prevent cyber aggression. Thank you.
That's curious. Thanks for the presentation. Religiosity is defined within the literature as multidimensional. I'm wondering whether you looked at different religious orientations in the study or different levels of religiosity, like faith, practicing. Just looking at these levels will help define the model more precisely.
I think that we will include also type of religiosity and different aspects of religiosity into a future.
Yeah, thanks for your nice presentation. You took self-control as the mediator for the effect of religiosity on, well, responding to cyberbullying. But self-control consists of these two things, independence and interdependence. In your models, only interdependence appeared. What does that mean? Did you ignore the independence subscale of the, I guess you took the singular scale? So independence was just not significant. It's only through interdependence. Ah, interesting. Okay.
So I can make what do you think, what's in the religion, regardless of what type of religion actuality? Most of the studies show that religiosity related with many positive outcomes. What do you think, what's in the religion that makes, this positive relation with positive outcomes?
The question. I don't know that I can a moment. I have to think a moment.
Dimensions of spiritual leadership in Islamic cultural context based on the evidence from Islamic banking industry in Indonesia. So, yeah, our study, we start from the issue that the non-Western management context in leadership has emerged, especially in literature of study has been advanced. So in this part, the Muslim societies do not really embrace Western conception of spirituality, as we know that in the Western civilization or maybe Western practices, spirituality can come from philosophical and also environmental issues, like that, and social aspects. But in Indonesia, especially, we are facing the different spirituality concept is closely linked in the daily life. For example, in Muslim societies, they have the 5 daily prayers, and probably it tend to be determine their feelings, emotions, and also their role, especially in the workplace or something. So that in this part, we try to compare the Western concept and Islamic concept, what is spiritual as comparison, and the consolidation, for instance, consolidation of as iman or taqwa or piety. So another part from the background for this kind of study is we try to consider existing spiritual leadership model, SLM, or from the Fry, actually, Hegel and Fry tried to transpose this kind of model into Islamic leadership model that's combined with the appropriate elements of the cultural dimension and organizational support. But the gap is even Hegel and Fry tried to transpose SLM, spiritual leadership existing model, to Islamic leadership model. But I think, yeah, we think that they just try to translate the terminology of trichotomy of spiritual leadership model existed, including fusion, altruistic love, and hope. So that, and the objectives from this kind of studies, because Islamic banking, especially in Indonesia and maybe another country which have religious, especially in Islamic cultural roots, they have institutional challenges. And so we try to determine the distinctive transposition of spiritual leadership in Indonesia based on the Islamic banking sector practices. Okay, so what is the importance of the spiritual leadership for Islamic banking industry? Well, actually, financial institutions, not only in Indonesia, but also in the several countries which have a religious or Islamic roots, they operate in accordance with Sharia. I think it is very general situation, and that we can state upon across country. But the strong leadership and honesty are critical components for Islamic banking success. As we know that from the maybe 3 decades since Islamic banking has arose in Indonesia and other countries in Asia, in the Middle East, or in Hong Kong, in UK or something, they try to implement the organizational outcome for Islamic banking from the financial issues, not from the organizational or psychological or sociological issues or business or management or organizational behaviors. I think it's very limited resource regarding this kind of situation in order to determine innovation or other positive organizational outcome. So that we try to we feel that the spiritual leadership can help to create a healthy organizational culture in Islamic banking, so that IB and leadership, which we try to capture some issues like integrity and responsibility, moral roles, models, innovation with ethics, improve spirituality, and also encourage spiritual leadership. And the basic question is, how is spiritual leadership made with Islamic conception of heart? Or I try to derive the original concept from Islam based on the Al-Ghazali's qalb conception. So he said that qalb consists of physical heart and a spiritual heart. So the physical heart, like the body organ, and spiritual heart is inner heart. So I focus on the inner heart because through the inner heart, spiritual aims can be reached based on Al-Ghazali's original concept. Spiritual inner heart can be divided into their emotional and feelings, and also the aim and decision making, value, the behavior, attitude of something. So spiritual leadership for an Islamic leader is to solicit on equilibrium between these ordinal characteristic virtues, because Al-Ghazali tried to explain that all human traits constitute branches of wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. So qalb in the original concept of Al-Ghazali is the center of spiritual behavior and spiritual action of a human being. So these 4 competencies are intersected with the 3 existing spiritual leadership by Hegel and Fry. So you can say that it is the original version from Hegel and Fry, consists of vision, hope, and destructive love. So the question is how competency, which consists of wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice, can induce in the 3 trichotomy. Okay. And it's like the design, I use the FGD with the 9 participants, and then I try to do the PCA for sample 120, and CFA or 450. Okay, and from the focus group results, I try to capture IB junior manager. They state that it is easy for me to recognize how to lead managers. I know it from the 4 characteristics of leaders that are often conveyed in Islamic study groups. So I think they are very closely related and may create a wedge between one competency and another, especially Patana. They try to relate the concept of Al-Ghazali's cardinal virtues to traditional Islamic conception of leadership as Patana and wisdom. Okay, and from focus group discussion here, I try to identify the 4 competency from Al-Ghazali's. Wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice consists of 24 traits or attitudes or behavior. And this is the factor analysis results. And so it is proof that there are 4 factors based on Al-Ghazali's conception, which is cult, vision, hope, or faith, and altruistic love. So cult will complement the trichotomy or existing spiritual leadership dimensions. So this is the cult competency result from PCA based on 24 items. And so our findings and conclusion that the accuracy of Al-Ghazali's 4 cardinal virtues in determining the cult competency shown by a spiritual leader has been confirmed. And based on that, that's what we can combine a vision, altruistic love, hope, and complemented by a cult behavior here. So I think this is the noble framework for understanding and developing Islamic spiritual leadership. Especially we can implement the situation in Indonesia and also other countries with religious or specific in Islamic roots, cultural roots in it. Okay, so maybe the expected model for the future research would be like this. Okay. And then the contribution, implication, and for the research avenue, I think the consolidation of cult ideas into the framework of spiritual leadership signifies a new chapter. Yeah, that's based on our research here and the development of spiritual leadership model. So the spiritual leadership model from Fry has been refreshed by another specific or unique dimension, which is called cult, and we offer meaningful benefits for facilitating the development of novel concept, of course. And the cult is presented not only to be translated into English phrase as Harb, but with the unique conception of Harb with the specific of inner heart, not just like a transposition concept of existing ILM. For instance, we Fry and Nagel try to translate vision into Iman or something, and also altruistic love into Rahman or like the English phrase of that. So the SLM spiritual leadership model has undergone a transformative shift, opening up new avenues for the research, especially in business management and also industrial psychology. And so I think that's all for my presentation today. Thank you for your attention. Well, thank you for your comments. Your comment. Yeah, well, actually, the PCA in my study, based on the background from the focus group discussion, and I try to how to say I try to capture their opinion, their feelings, or the mindset regarding four concept of cult based on the wisdom and so on for Al-Ghazali's cardinal virtues. Then, so based on their opinion, that I try to identify what kind of behavior or specific items from that. So basically, not only 24 behavioral attitudes from their opinion based on their suggestions from the FGD, but also, if I'm not mistaken, we have a 36 items from that. So, but after PCA, I tried to consolidate for the process, and we found that 24 items in as the significant items. And maybe if I try to rotate the metrics from this process, maybe around 12 items, yeah, is totally with more significance rather than others like that. So I had assumed that maybe 12 items from 24 would be significant to explain or determine another concept in the consolidated existing spiritual leadership model by model.
Come with these factors, but this is not the end. We need to prove that it is a useful model that can, add advantage for the organization and the leadership. So, in fact, I have a master student who's actually the stage of looking for which told me that he passed away in Islamic psychology, but he doesn't know what exactly what to do. So we are willing, in fact, we can take your model and the measure of the blog and try to link it with more meaningful outcomes.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is very open question for this research happening in the future because I convinced that this kind of model can be operationalized and operates not only in Indonesia but also other countries which have Islamic cultural roots. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's very common. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me present our studies. The topic of our studies is about the personal values and the consumer behavior. While we are trying to apply the PAB model, or while using a cycle or specific age as a methodology in this kind of model. Okay, right now, actually, the environmental issues become very popular, not just in a country, but in a lot of countries. And a lot of findings found that this kind of environmentalism has some kind of contributions about changing the human behavior, especially for consumer behavior. So this is the first step that these studies being applied. And according to several research also say that this kind of environmentalism or the, let's say, the green behaviors not always leads to the positive attitudes as well as positive behavioral functions. And some kind of research or studies say that when consumers or individuals has a positive environmental issue in their minds, does not always lead to the positive behavior. Let's say the purchasing the green products or something else. But in some kind of studies, say differently. There's some kind of contradictory to this kind of some research.
For several research or studies say that this kind of environmental issues change the people's behavior and creating some kind of intention to behave in a green behavior, buying the green products, let's say visiting the green objects or something. Okay. According also from the several research, there have already been a few studies on green restaurants because green restaurants representing the objects that apply the concept of the environmental or friendly. And especially in Indonesia, the green restaurants is not well known. Even a lot of restaurants in Indonesia already apply this kind of concepts. That's why most of the academician or researchers, let's say, they don't take this kind of situations to become the part of their studies. And studies about Indonesian consumer concerns are limited, and also there are some needs for research related to consumer issues carried out in countries with different cultures and religions. So I found out this kind of studies about the green behavior, the consumption, especially for the green restaurants, in most other countries except in Indonesia. And this kind of studies try to use the personal values that become the main constructs in this kind of models, because the values is representing standards of the guidance about the individuals assess themselves or assess the others. So this kind of values also affects or influence the different behavior from the different individuals. And we use this Schwartz personal values concepts consists of the self-confidence, self-enhancements, openness to change, and conservations. It's kind of quite popular in personal values studies. The self-transcendence emphasize the work for the others, while the self-enhancements within the upsides is about emphasizing the self-interest. And the openness to change is about how individuals accept a new experience. They want to have a better life, they try to enjoy their lives, or let's say in some kind of research, it's said to be egoistic values. While the conservation is about self-restriction, it's about social orders, about how to protect the national conditions. So this kind of Schwartz personal values, as I said before, become the main construct in this kind of models. And this Schwartz personal research applied on the value attitude behavior models. The VAB models mostly used to provide the information about the human behaviors, not just in a marketing concept, but also in the other kind of concepts. And the study aims, the first one, to investigate the impact of each of Schwartz personal values, principles, self-confidence, self-enhancements, openness to change, and also conservations toward the attitude to the green response. While the second one is to investigate the influence of the attitude to green response to the behavior intention, which consists of two. Intentions to visit the green restaurants, and also intentions to deliver electronic amounts about green restaurants. And the populations or Indonesian people and sample, we use the sampling techniques. We take 200 respondents that consist of age around 26 until 42 years old, or representing the reason why, because in Indonesia, the reason why has quite important role to behave and to contribute to the different kind of concepts, and also shown intent to visit restaurants and having social media, and also becomes the active user of the social media that they have. And then the measures, we have those several constructs. The first one is self-confidence, self-enhancements, openness to change, and consultations. The attitude to restaurants, intention to visit restaurants, intention to deliver electronic word of mouth about the restaurant, and also age become moderators. And the data analysis, we use the partial list structural question model or the SAMS. This is for 3 steps. The first one is measurement model evaluation, structural model evaluation, also the help of this question. And those are the first step that we conduct the initial model evaluations. First, we try to find out whether the operational value is reliable. And according to here, we try to measure the indicator reliability and then the consistency reliability, and also Islamic validity. And from the whole process, the initial models, the requirement is fulfilled, and we can go to the structural declarations. According to the next steps, the analysis data provide a set of observations that from the several hypotheses that we developed before, the self-transcendence or enhancements did not influence the attitudes toward the green terms, while the openness to change of observations influence the attitude towards green terms. And then the attitude itself toward the green terms gives the contributions to the behavior intentions, while the age impacts did not become the moderator in this kind of habits. So those are the conclusions from the studies. So the contributions from this study, hopefully that this will provide insight about consumer behavior towards goodness, especially in Indonesia. And the personal values of Schwartz give different effects to the attitudes, while the attitudes contribute to the developing behavioral intentions. And this does not play any role whether it's strengthen or weakens the relationship between the attitudes and the behavioral intentions. And for the practical contributions, hopefully, actually in Indonesia, mostly the response applied the concept of the environmental friendly do not have any kind of formal certifications, because in the world we have the GRA, Trainer Restaurant Association, that can provide the accreditation, the assessments whether this kind of restaurants truly implements or not the green concepts. So it's important to have a green restaurant certification for the green Indonesia. And then the green restaurants should actively participate in many social activities that support the sustainability for the environment campaigns to promote the businesses is implement the green concepts. Last one, for the future research may involve different values, for example, the teach or our thoughts values or others, and also investigate the actual behavior. I think that's all from us studies. Thank you for the action.
Lloyd Hansen's value. Is there a specific reason you've done this? Additionally, thoughts from self-enhancement players. So you implement enhancement, right? You measure the values of openness, confidence. You didn't use thoughts with it. Instead, you used enhancements with it. Is there a particular reason you've done it this way? Since thoughts measure have shown a good perspective validity.
Actually, I think before the values has become has an important role to building behavior to the individual. So the SWOT personal values representing those of these kind of values. And according to several research before that, when they try to implement the SWOT personal values, they did not use all the core blocking. So I think it's kind of new when we can implement this kind of core personal values to find out, to investigate the relationship between those values and the behavior outcomes. I think.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. I just have a quick question. Is there, did you check if not just the two dimensions of the four basically play a role, but if you check on a lower level of obligation, like because other research has shown that it's for especially political participation and involvement, also environmental activity, it's rather benevolence and universalism. separately and not at the higher level of aggregation. But you know what I mean? Did you check for the other 11?
Yeah, for this kind of research, we didn't use that because our objective is to find out the misinterpretation of values and the ethics of the behavior. So we try to focus on the CAD model and the
Yeah, I know, but you could go one level lower according to the Schwartz cycle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the limitation of this kind of research.
But you should be easily able to reconstruct every analyze, using the lower level every dimensions, not with aggregated ones.
Thank you for the How's everyone doing? Anyone last few minutes? Yeah, thank you. So in the meantime, so I'm going to be presenting research that was completed about 2 years ago. The context of turbulent times in Lebanon. Okay, so the talk for this particular talk, I'm going to be focusing on contextualizing the research, where they're doing the research and some theoretical contextualizing the context of the location, context for the theories, then the method, findings, and implications. So relatively straightforward. So for those of you who don't know, Lebanon is a very tiny country in the Middle East. The font doesn't show. It's tiny, but it's very turbulent. There's a lot of actions that want to happen there. So I'll start off with a quick context. 2019, we had a series of uprisings in Lebanon, in line with the uprisings, the second wave of uprisings that was happening in the Arab world. So a lot of people came down to the streets and they were protesting against the ruling elite. And they had this general statement against all of them, all of those who were currently in power. That was also, so that was the period of that particular kind of uprisings. There was a lot of street protest. There was an incredible economic crash that happened after that time, with the devaluation of the currency and the World Bank calling it the third worst crash in 150-year history, and so on, followed by an epic explosion in Beirut, which destroyed quite a bit of the harbor and pushed 300,000 people out of their homes. There was also the COVID-19 epidemic. So this is 2020, the uprising 2019, COVID, everybody knows. And then for the first time since the uprising, COVID, and the explosion, there was going to be a national election for parliament. So it's sounds like a great time to do psychological research. And so the election was scheduled for May. So we did a nationally representative survey of the population 1 month before, 4 weeks before the election. And the idea was
Can we have a psychosocial profiling? What's happening in the psychological profiling of the Lebanese at that time? So emotions, identities, attitudes, etc. And we wanted to see what would be the factors that would predict voting, going to vote. So would people go to vote? What would be motivating them psychologically to go to vote? What identities, what emotions, etc. And we had quite a few theories that are available in the literature in that. And we are coming from a collective action literature, considering that voting is a normative collective action, right? It's one of the forms of mobilization where people go to do something, to protest or to do something, especially in the context of an uprising. When it comes to a theoretical framework, what we were thinking about, obviously, as I was saying earlier, SIMCA, so Social Identity Model for Collective Action, which in political psychological literature is a classic Van Zomeren et al. Kind of literature associated with why do people go and protest in normative or non-normative contexts. The classic model would include things like efficacy, emotions like anger, social identity as central to collective. So basically we versus them being the opposed, the opponents. We will go down, we have anger. We think that we can do some change. We will go down and do that kind of change, right? So this is the kind of collective action literature that we're referring to. There's a couple of other things that I was interested in as well, which are related to what is referred to as the social cohesion approach, looking at networks, how people relate to one another, whether there is cohesion within social systems or not, and other kind of variables. There's a third literature, but I will not talk about it here. It's a political science literature associated with voting behavior. So do people go vote? What do they vote? Or do they vote before? Will that affect their voting? And so on. So the general hypotheses with which we entered the research included things like social identities obviously will play a significant role in whether you go to vote or not. So I am against the system, I am fighting for this, etc. Collective action intentions, which is specific support for specific causes, will also be relevant. So if I am for maintaining the system, or I'm for fighting for my family or ideology or whatever, specific kind of ideas. Trust is coming from the social cohesion literature. So trust between people, how do I feel with others? How do I feel towards the networks that are around me? And classic variables in the political psychology literature, like efficacy. Do my actions, do citizens have the ability to affect what's going on around us? Participation, do I participate or do you participate in political events in your groups, in NGOs, in political parties? You do something. And have you voted before in the previous elections in 2018? We also considered other factors like safety and security and SES. In terms of my outcome, the main outcome that I'm focusing on here is voting intentions. So this is my dependent variable, if you'd like, okay? And voting intention is at 4 levels, 3 levels in this particular case. So not voting, we have no interest in going to vote. I'm not going to participate in the elections. I'm staying at home, I'm boycotting, or I'm uncertain. I might go, I don't know. And the third response is, of course I am going, I'm definitely going to vote, and I have a candidate in mind. So this is where, this is what we're focusing on, okay? So what would, and my assumption, which is not explored sufficiently in the literature, is that the profile or what would predict people boycotting will be different from those who are uncertain, which will also be different from those who are certain. And that's not something usually that is considered in the literature, because it's, it's a single kind of like the type scale approach, and it's used as a mediating, often as a mediating variable. So the methodology, we conducted a nationally representative sample of the Lebanese population. We had 1,200 people, sorry. We used the multi-stage probability sampling based on the distribution of registered number of voters per the official statistics. So we have the register of who's going to vote, randomly select them based on the location, on the Muhafazas that was represented. And we collected the data between 6 and 12 April, which is 4 weeks before the election. In terms of instruments, I'm not going to go through the entire list because it's huge, relatively huge, but we used the trust measure by UETAL, multi-identities measure that had been validated in Lebanon in 2010, Maki et al. For the emotions, how do you feel anger, despair, we used a large number of emotions. Collective action intentions from Saad et al., which is about whether how willing you are to fight for specific causes or specific outcomes. SES, political participation, I've already explained it. Efficacy, safety and security is perception of safety and security. Do you feel like you're safe in your environment? How do you feel? How are things going to get bad, worse? And obviously voting intentions and voting choices. Results. So I'll go through a quick descriptives. In terms of results, 2/3 of the Lebanese showed mistrust in others. So when you ask them, well, how do you feel about, do you trust others or no? The situation was not. Oh, let me contextualize a little bit. So in 2019, there was a huge swell that there was hope of changing the regime. You know, things are going to move towards a secularized state in Lebanon, blah, blah, blah. Then there was the pandemic. Then there was the explosion. So the feelings of the optimism and the hopefulness were clashing. And those who were supporting the elites or the main traditional parties were starting to regain the upper hand, if you wanna call it. So anyway, generally speaking, there was a very lack of trust in others. When we look at emotions, 70% to 84%, it's like an absolute, majority of people felt anger, despair. Humiliation is a very interesting emotion, particularly in the Arab context, because the term that we use is often used in the discourse of political leaders as dhil. So it's a potent emotion, and only 17% felt hopeful about the future. When we look at efficacy, the distribution is much more balanced. So 40% were feeling that they had the ability to affect political changes in the environment, versus 40% who felt they had no input or impact on what's happening in politics. On security and safety, half felt not safe, and 70% felt that the situation would deteriorate in the future. 40% had access to military-grade weapons. That's a lot. So this is not, this is not the US, but it's a different kind of system. A third have used military-grade weapons before. And interestingly, the majority, 75%, believe that the other or the outgroup or the other person is willing to use that kind of weapons in the future. So we have a very high, tense environment, high emotions, etc. When we look at identities, there's three main clusters that we can see. There's this one, and there's this one. So in this one, the scoring is one. Sorry, it's in Arabic. I'll explain it in a minute. The scoring is 1 high, 5 low. So not the usual 5 high. So 1 is strongly agree, 5 is strongly disagree. Okay. So anyway, so we have family and Lebanon that are very high, so higher identities. When it comes to sect, their region where they live, and their friends, and the lowest is about profession, political party, and self. I can comment about these at a later stage. When it comes to voting choices, the largest percentage, 40%, was going to go for the main parties, traditional parties, the ruling elites. Only 17% were going for the new parties, and 17% were choosing other. Other would be not associated with the revolutionary uprising and not associated with the traditional forces. So these would be like tribal or pan-Arab or pan-Islamic kind of orientation. I don't want to confuse you, so let's get to the actual situation. So in terms of analysis, we did a bootstrap multinomial logistic regression with voting intention as the outcome, as I said earlier. and using all these variables as predictors to try to see what's going to happen in terms of outcome. And this is the main data table that is for you to see. When it comes to emotions, we can see that emotions affected the uncertain group here in an expected way. So despair, stay home, anger, go. But it had no impact in terms of those who are very certain to go. So it's not, this is not where it's happened. The other group of variables like political efficacy, safety, security, participation were much more powerful when it comes to the certain group. But the more interesting and the most interesting predictors, or the strongest predictors, were whether they voted in 2018 and whether their perceived network was going to vote. So let me explain this particular bit, because this is a key finding or message. If the participant in the study thought that their family and their friends and their networks around them are gonna go vote, they were more likely to vote, regardless of whether these people were, it's not regardless of group identities, regardless of anything of that sort. So this is one of the main takeaway findings here, and it had quite a bit of impact and effect on the overall explained model. So interestingly, the identities that we had did not emerge as predictors. Emotions had an effect on uncertain voters. Efficacy had, etc., political on certain voters, and network perception were particularly strong. There's two take-home messages that I would like you to keep in mind. The first one is related to political psychology. So network intention perceptions are important. Identity is not a significant predictor. Emotions only for uncertain voters, not for certain voters. And these are very relevant for those who are looking at collective action literature and models. The second set of take-home messages is associated with context. Most of the literature that we have in terms of predictors are associated with what I call stable or cold environments. So Simca, etc. Are you willing to fight for the environment? Are you willing to do these? Are nice and usually done in Western Europe, where there's not much of a readiness for violence or killing each other kind of thing. So we might want to look at those collective action models in hot conflict situations to see how our models actually translate into those kind of contexts. Do they work in these kind of contexts? Take these models and apply them across cultures. Just because we think that this is how it's going to operate in Western Europe does not mean that this is how it's going to operate in the United States or somewhere else for that matter. And finally, contextual variables like structure, coloniality, regional powers, especially in places like Lebanon, these are all intervening in affecting how people perceive efficacy or change or participating in collective action. Thank you for your attention. We have time for no questions. No, go.
Wondering whether you try to assess the level, which are the level like both generation compared with new old generation, maybe different religion or something like this. I don't know whether you will come with different results, different picture.
So yes, I mean obviously this kind of data is high value when it was coming out because it had impact to predict or whatever on explain. So yes, we did a lot of preliminary explorations. We looked at between group analysis, differences between groups on certain things. The groups could be, we did not do age. Age we considered as continuous as a covariate. But we looked at, for example, income, sex. There was not an interesting variable there in that sense because it was cross-cutting. In any way, what I'm trying to say is there are some reports that go that are based on the study that go into detail about this analysis that are published and available online for those who are interested. But the main findings are the ones that I'm presenting here, that are of relevance to a wider audience. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks a lot. As a political scientist, I love when I see at IACCP research on political participation, especially voting. Two very brief questions. Was your sample over-reporting a problem? Because I know from the German pre- and post-election studies that people say they will participate or have participated, and sometimes you cannot analyze the data because you get 90+% participants, which of course is not the case. But yours looked very almost equally distributed. So I was wondering, how does that compare to the real participation, especially since it's representative data? The other question is the network aspect is super interesting. How big is voting as a citizenship norm in Lebanon? Is that a thing, or after all these crises, is it the opposite? Is the norm not to participate?
So it's great to hear political psychology questions. The first one about mapping of the data that we had compared to the actual data of political, it's eerie how good it is, with the exception of one governorate where the data was mismatched. So when I looked at all the other, so there's 6 main ones, 5 of them are perfect in terms of predictive power, but one is off, probably due to sampling issues or whatever. And the intentions also mapped onto prediction. So for example, but here, so we had those who are certain and those who are certain not to vote and those who are certain to vote. That's easy. The margin came from those who were uncertain. And you could see in the eventual results, a closer was those who were certain to vote or closer to wanted to go to vote, more committed who went, and those who were uncertain who withdrew from actually participating towards the end. So generally speaking, the picture is very similar. Maybe the way the question was phrased and the option responses allowed for that kind of, maybe it's the proximity to the date, I don't know, but happy to explore. The second one was about citizenship norm. So this is where this is something that I would need to explore more. In principle, it's an individual action. You go, you put your vote and you exit. But within the context of Lebanon, it's often a family that goes and votes, or you know, a community. There's a community feeling associated with it. So, and there's tensions obviously, because I would go with my uncle who's going with this group, and my brother would go with the other uncle who's going for the other group. We all go together, feel like we are participating in renewal this kind of system. At least, especially in rural areas. The closer you get to the urban areas or the big city centers, then you get buses. So buses of people being helped to go to the voting in one way, or I'm obviously exaggerating and trying to give a the immediate purpose. This is what we're saying. So regardless of that's exactly why that particular is. Thank you all for this for attending this session and for the conference. We still have a couple of keynotes and then the gala dinner, I guess, to celebrate. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Oh ya, boleh Bu.